Good morning, everyone. It is the Singapore Community Rumble for Brawl Stars November Finals, Day 2. We are your casters. I'm Quack, and above me, that's Death Eater or Phil. How are you doing this morning, dude?
Not too bad, not too bad. Not a morning person, but we get through it nonetheless. It is the grand finals, like you said. And yesterday we had a lot of competitive matches. So looking forward to see what we have today, and I have no doubt that these teams will not disappoint.
Oh yeah, I mean, we had so many close calls, so many tight matches yesterday. It was nothing short of insane, I have to say. I mean, I think for me, the biggest upset was Noob Gamer Sugar Plum, who kicked Icy Dopen out of the tournament in the lower bracket. I mean, Icy Dopen are the team that have been placing second or at least third consistently, but then to get knocked down on day one, that was nuts. Right now, I think we should be taking a look at the brackets pretty soon. I believe we're starting off with the upper bracket finals, and that's going to be none other than Team Force versus Icy Dopen. Another crazy matchup. You know how it goes, Team Force, Phil. I mean, what more can we say about that, right?
Yeah, like they are the guys to beat, right, at the end of the day, and that's what we've said over time and time again. So we're going to have a look at the brackets now, and let's see. We have the top 6 at the moment: Force, Cloud Gaming, Umbrella, Icy Dopen, NGSP, and INT Resonance. And let's see what we have in the brackets itself. So those are the top 6 for the matchups. If we can bring those up for the folks at home. There we go. So Force versus Icy Dopen, and that's going to be in the upper bracket final. That will then inform us who is in the grand finals from the upper bracket. And then, of course, we go down to the lower brackets. So it will be Umbrella versus NGSP, No Gamer Sugar Plum, Cloud Gaming versus Resonance, and then, of course, the winner of that will take on the loser of the upper bracket final, who will then go on to, will take on, they'll go head-to-head. Winner of that will take on the loser of the upper bracket final. And then, of course, after that match, we'll get into the grand finals. Remember, all the games today are best of 5, if I am not mistaken. And so that means we're going to have more option. Yeah, they are best of 5. And I think the upper bracket, I think all of them are best of 5, actually. Apart from... Okay, so the lower bracket...
Apart from round 2 and round 3, that would be best of 3. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so just a clarification there. So the lower bracket round 2 and the lower bracket round 3 are best of 3. So that we'll have to see what the game modes are for the lower bracket round 3, and then the loser bracket, lower bracket final, and the grand final will be best of 5.
That's right. So I mean, you know, yesterday we were talking about it. I mean, yeah, these are the matchups. Team Force, we know how they are. Icy Dopen, they've been placing second or third with their sister organization, Icy Dopen. Umbrella versus NGSP. I mean, these guys are, you know, names that are kind of new to us. NGSP only joined this whole Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, I think last month, and now they've already made their way into round 2 of the lower brackets. They're starting to show that they are improving, they're going somewhere, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. But of course, the rest of the teams as well: Cloud Gaming, INT Resonance, familiar names, equal in terms of skill. But the biggest question is who can go up against Team Force, right? And yesterday we talked about it. Team Force, they are like this raid boss, and then we're just waiting for that one hero to follow on their journey, maybe throughout the upper brackets, maybe throughout the lower brackets, and then we'll see if they can take them down, right? So, Phil, let me ask you a question. Give me a boss like from a video game, like Ganondorf, Bowser. Who would you go with?
No, Team Force is probably like any boss from Dead Souls.
Oh,
or Dark
yeah.
Souls, sorry. Like, you basically have 0 chance, right? Like, on the first try, you probably have like 0.05% chance of taking down the boss, and it does not go up exponentially, let me tell you that. So good luck to any of the teams that are going up against them. It might be interesting. Like, we've had some underdogs. Some of the teams that have joined pretty interesting, and like we said previously, like the skill gap is really closing as well. But Team Force they're on another level, to be honest, and they are on form this year as well.
They are
So
the
whether
champions after
yeah,
all.
I mean, the strategy is really, you got to take it slow and not get ahead of yourself, right? That's the strategy when you go up against Team Force. Take one round, 2 rounds, get a map, get a game mode down, and then after that, slowly make your way up. Don't think about taking the whole game. Don't think about taking the whole match. Just slowly work towards actionable goals, and then add the results up together. So that's really the strategy that these teams need to take. Whether they have any pocket strats ready for Team Force, that's yet to be seen, because we've only seen Team Force, well, I think we've seen them once, because they went through the whole upper bracket, right?
Oh, yeah.
Without any issues.
Like butter,
So,
dude.
Yeah, I mean, it really is depending on what's going to happen later on. But I think it's going to be an interesting day. And as we just wait for the players to get into the lobby, it's first map of the day is, or the first 3 game modes that is for the lower bracket round 2 is going to be Gem Grab on Minecart Madness, Heist on Safe Zone, and Brawl Ball on Super Stadium. So Super Stadium is pretty straightforward in terms of the game itself and how it's played and the layout for Brawl Ball. Heist on Safe Zone, if I'm not wrong, it's the one with the river in the middle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we saw it yesterday a bunch, and I think it was also the map that New Gamer Sugar Plum, beat Icy Dopen on. Not much to say there. There were so many times it just seemed so close, but then somehow they came back. I have no idea how those plays happen.
Yeah, and then Minecart Madness, it's Minecart Madness.
It's
right?
madness.
So it is definitely madness, and if you don't take note of the minecart and use it to your advantage, then it's a recipe for disaster. But I think these guys, they are ready to go, and hopefully, even though it's still pretty early in the morning, everyone's kind of
warming up. But you know what? Let's just do something different, right? So we're talking about games. Of course, Team Force, they are basically bosses from like games like Dark Souls, Demon Souls. Really unbeatable. Your first try, you go up against them, you're just gonna get knocked down. I mean, you lose your souls, you're gonna have to try again to really figure out their patterns, the different phases that they have. Go and keep trying and trying and trying, but you're just gonna you're gonna keep getting beaten down. I'm just waiting to see which team in this entire tournament, who are gonna be our Ashen ones, our main protagonists that we're gonna kind of follow on their journey throughout. Like who's gonna have the best chance up against a team like Team Force. I think last month You know, it was one of the Dopen teams. They managed to go up in the upper bracket finals, and then they got knocked down, went to the lower bracket finals, managed to climb their way back up into the grand finals, ultimately lost in the end. So, you know, things like that just keep on happening. This time, I have high hopes for our noob gamers Sugar Plum because, I don't know, I like their name. They did something crazy yesterday. It was a huge upset. What about you, Phil? Who are you rooting for in the lower brackets here?
It's tough to say. It's really tough to say at the moment because everyone who's in the lower bracket narrowly made it there. Like they weren't absolutely like just whitewashed, right? And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think I can give like an accurate prediction, to be honest, at the moment. Like maybe if we get to once we get to the to like the lower bracket, the third round of lower bracket, or maybe lower bracket finals, then we can kind of see how it's gonna go through the day because these teams are still warming up. Remember, like nobody, the morning is never good for anyone. I can tell you that. And it doesn't matter what game you play. Like I can tell you, 100% competitive gamers or pro gamers for that matter, they just abhor the morning because there are very, very few teams that are like, all right, we're good to go, let's do it.
Very few people. In fact, I think
very few people, and if anything, there's only like maybe one guy on your team is a morning person. Everyone else is like sleep cycles and like the general like kind of waking sleeping hours for gamers. I find is unless you're a super healthy person, you're typically sleeping at like 12 midnight, right? 12 midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
Wake up 5 a.m., cranking some 5BX, and then maybe.
Oh man, no, that's some next level stuff. But like typically, I think anything before 10 a.m. is pretty rough for most people, right? Either unless you have your coffee or whatever. But yeah, the flip side to that is like if you take stimulants, like if you take caffeine or
energy
like,
drink,
coffee or energy drinks, like. That's the crush that most people usually take at a tournament. I mean, unless you're at the super pro level, then usually you have a bit of like nutritional training and stuff like that. But for the rest of us, common people, like coffee, tea, energy drinks are the way to go. But the other thing with the caffeine that is dangerous is it's jitters that it gives you, right? And it kind of gives you a bit of anxiety as well. In that sense,
True.
So it's a double-edged sword in that. So
I just go with water.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like at the end of the day, mornings are always hard. They're not impossible, but you'll find like, as you could see yesterday as well, the performance of the teams definitely got better as the day went on.
Rocky start, but you know, it starts to improve as the day goes on, and that's definitely what we hope to see. Of course, once again, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals. We've come a long way. We started in what, September? I think you said yesterday. You know, this September. Is of course, brought to you by ESL Asia. And we have to thank, you know, none other than ESL Asia, Supercell, the Brawl Stars guys, and of course the Brawl Stars community. So this is the upper bracket final. Team Force against Icy Dopen, and it's already a huge fight over at the center of the map. They're just fighting for mid control, and Team Force, you know, what can we say? It's expected. They're coming out on top of this. He's even showing off his World Championship emote, you know, bragging that, hey, we're the world champions here. You can't possibly win against us. They get the first siege bot in, and it's a level 4 beast. He's already just bulldozing his way through. Wiggly Spoosh trying to deal with it. And, you know, it's not easy playing defense against a team like Team Force. They're already down to 84%, Phil.
Yeah, and both teams already have their super sub, so it's just a waiting game at the moment. So Courier goes for the suck in. Dot Squid, though, will drop him, and that's going to be good news for him. Scythe onto Wiggly Spoosh, so that'll equalize the player count to 2-on-2. But they are in the lead for the Bulls. I think PSG Team Force, I don't know if they're gonna try and go for the siege. It looks like they are. So it's gonna be a level 5 siege bot, and it's gonna go down that middle. Can Icy Dopen stop it? They're gonna try to go for the body block. Wiggly Spool will tank some damage. He'll go down, and the bot will keep rolling on. 52% health left. Now down to 39. He'll get maybe 1 or 2 punches on the save. Or
Ooh,
no, it doesn't. Oh, it does. It does get a couple punches, but at the same time, Team Force getting a couple of shots on the save as well. So that'll bring it up to 84%, and the next siege will happen in 20 seconds time. Team Force up 4-4 on the bolt count, and it's going to be 6-4 with 12 seconds to go.
I mean, keep in mind, this is the final siege. So Team Force, the fact that they are up by 5 volts against Icy Dopen, who only have 4, now 6, it's a level 10 siege bot. That was Icy Dopen's final chance to put even a scratch or just a tiny dent in Team Force's armor. But it's not even happening. Look at that. I think they know they practically lost, so we're just gonna sit by the side and chill out. Team Force, this is only round 1, and it's already such a dominating play. That wasn't even 1 point of damage from Icy Dopen onto Team Force's save, and it's incredible. Team Force always just such a strong showing, even on the first round. I mean, we talked about how, it's a morning, we're just warming up. Team Force, they don't need to warm up. They just come here and they kick butt, take names.
Yeah, right. Like I said, Team Force probably is the outlier, right? They're actual pros, right? They are actual professionals. In that sense, like they're like, I think they were champions, right? World 2020, the World Championship for 2020. So,
which was 3-0 as well. Just saying.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think the comparison that you can kind of put is like, I don't know, you have honestly like Premier League football or like NBA, like
Little
second
League
tier, and then you go up against like the all-star US team, right?
Oh man,
it's kind of like that. So it's always going to be an uphill battle, but we're going to go into round 2 on
siege. Some assembly required. I mean, that's the thing, right? So I always say, yeah, they are this huge giant that we're trying to beat, but at the same time, it's a learning opportunity. You might get your ass kicked, but if you can learn from your losses here, you might actually improve your game. But we've seen this play before. The first siege ends up in a tie. If the second one ends up in a tie, the third siege is going to be this huge, massive siege bot that nobody can stop at all. But Team Force right now, it just seems like everyone is going back and forth, trying to duke it out with each other and try to collect these bolts. It seems a little bit back and forth right now, but taking a look at how the game is being played out, Team Force have absolute map control. The way they're just dancing back and forth. Response, who swapped out over onto Max, he's just using the speed boost to his advantage, dashing away even to stay alive, and now they have a commanding lead of 12 bolts against 5. There's 5 seconds left, and I don't see how Icy Dopen can stop this from coming through.
Yeah, Icy Dopen, it's pretty hard for them. Level 13 siege bot. Even if they go for the body block, I don't see this bot getting stopped. So Wiggly Spool going down already. Left, that means there's only going to be 2 left. Godsquid goes down as well. And I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that this save for this first, they're gonna take a lot of damage from this first siege, and indeed they do. Down a half health, 50% left, and at the moment, Team Force have them kind of locked into their spawn area at the moment. 2D goes for the dive, brings him down to about 1k health. Spin coming out from side also, and he'll finally finish off Squid. Miracle will go down to response as well. So Wiggly's with the last one standing in the grass, and they're starting to hunt him down. Siphon Kudia is getting a ton of damage on him, and he will drop pretty soon, I think. And the good news for them is, though, they will get a speed spot. It is a level 10 speed spot while they are waiting, and that's because Team Force decided to just hang back and save up more bolts for the final kill segment towards the end. 5 seconds to go, but they're taking a lot of damage on Team Force. They've been absolutely wiped there, and surprisingly, they will drop a round. So Icy Dopen, they will pick up 1 round, and they're going to bring it to a 3rd round here on some assembly required. So was that really a round that they dropped? Was it a mind game fake? We always don't know with Team Force, but we'll find out in a few short moments as we just wait for the players to get into the lobby. So Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, if you just joined us, this is the November finals. Remember what happens is for each month, every week, I think every week, there is a mini tournament where you can walk away with some cash prizes. But what you're looking for is to get the seed or get the invite slot. 2 teams per week, if I'm not wrong, get an invite to the not the grand finals, but the finals for every month. And then like there's a pretty big prize pool per month up for grabs. So we're back into the game, and the next siege is in 10 seconds. Miracle dropping response so far. And I think at the moment, they're not able to pick up any bolts. Now they finally will. So that's going to be 2-1, 2-2 now. There's no siege. So we've tied for that first siege. And that secondary siege timer will start to count down. 45 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, nice counter.
And at the moment, it seems like Icy Dopen, they don't have map control. But it does seem that they are a bit more confident in this 3rd round.
I don't know if the confidence is going to pay off, though, because taking a look at the bolts right now, Team Force, once more, they have this huge lead. But if history repeats itself, Icy Dopen might actually take it in the final siege. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, that could be the strategy that they're banking on right here. They're trying to collect bolts, but at the same time, just keep it slightly lower than what Team Force has, so that when it comes into the 3rd siege, they'll have this huge lead ahead of Team Force, and then they can bank on it, go up with a 2-digit level siege bot. Right now, it's going to be a level 9 siege bot that they have to defend against, so they really need to make this count. If they don't, that's going to be a huge lead for Team Force. Their safe is going to go down to 50%, maybe even less than. They're just trying their darndest to defend against it right now, and they will manage to do so, keeping it at 58%. I don't know if that's going to be enough. It's going to be all about the mid control right here, right now, and we're just seeing how they are trying to go up against it. Scythe doing his best to push them all the way back into spawn. Not quite enough, because it's all down to Kudiace. He has a magic hand, does manage to take Miracle down, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, look at that. 14 bolts. It's going to go up to 15 now, maybe even 16 if Wiggly Screw can stay alive. And that is the level 16 siege spot. It goes right through. That thing is a Greek god. How are they going to stop this? We'll just have to wait and see. All 3 players right now just trying to body block. Kudiace, nice grab. It just does a little bit, 12% left HP, but, the damage is still done. And with the remaining members of Icy Dopen raining hell upon the base, it goes down to 56%. They actually take away Siege.
Yeah, they do take Siege, so that is interesting from Team Force.
Play the long game.
They go to Brawl Ball. It is a Team Force's kind of mode of choice, and we always know that they're really strong on that. So if Icy Dopen can pick up Brawl Ball, we might be in for a bit of a surprise. Like, we've never seen anyone, I don't think anyone has picked up a game mode against Team Force. Like, they picked up a round,
yes,
but the game mode, it has not happened. So Icy Dopen in this upper bracket, some cracks are starting to show in those pieces of armor of Team Force. Usually a pretty formidable team to go up against. And let's see, man. It could be a case of unstoppable force goes up against an immovable object, but we're not gonna get ahead of ourselves just yet. Brawl Ball coming up on Sneaky Fields, and I think this will be the determiner, right?
Yep.
If Icy Dopen can sneak a win here on Brawl Ball, I think it's very possible that they might be able to drop Team Force to the lower bracket.
Could also be the morning. I don't know. But, taking a look at Sneaky Fields, which is the map that we're going to play on, it's, like the map, it's aptly named, right? Sneaky fields. There are a bunch of grass fields all across the map, especially right in the center. So I think the way it usually plays out on this map is that you don't generally go for the ball right off the bat. You want to kind of sneak around it, take your opponents down, and then you start to dribble it all the way in. And that's kind of what Team Force are doing right now. You can see they're not going for the ball just yet. Ace, of course, on Tara, and that's a very strong brawler, right? The super just kind of has that suction, and it even deals damage. Not to mention the gadget as well when he gets to summon that shade. Scythe over on Spike, he's trying to deal against Miracle, who is just juking around the corner. They will finally kick the ball just a little bit further, but I think that's just to zone them out by a little bit. The fact that Dot Squid is on Frank as well just tells me, they're trying to go for this sort of brute force heavyweight brawler, let's just walk the ball in kind of strategy. Of course, though, Frank will go down at that point in time. Wiggly Spoo goes down as well, another heavyweight brawler. It's all up to Miracle, who can just stay alive, maintain possession of the ball. If he builds his super up, that's going to give him that little bit of momentum, right? Then Dot Squid and Wiggly Spoo can pick up the ball with their, immense health pool. He can just heal them back up whatever he needs to. But here it comes. It's the push from Team Force. They take down Ace, though. So 2v2. Things are still rather slow. That was a super kind of wasted by Dot Squid. It's very hard to land one of those, especially when you're going up against, experienced players like Team Force. They know how to dodge those slow hammer slams from Frank. Here it comes, Ace. A little bit of gadget pop. The shade goes out as well. They're just trying to eliminate Icy Dopen here. It's a very big fight, but it's all up to Dot Squid to hold the line and tow it, stop Team Force from going through. But it seems like they will fall right now. Ace manages to go for it. He wants to walk it in, and Miracle will be unable to stop him. That's the first goal to Team Force.
Yeah, and they're just doing an amazing job in zoning out Icy Dopen. They're getting them into the corner. The good thing about Scythe at the moment is he's using his attacks really well. He's zoning them out, and they can't stay on the circle, right? They'll take damage over time, and it's really, really painful. But Dot Squid goes in, smashes the obstacles, and in an amazing pass down the middle, they'll score their goal of their own, and that'll tie up at 1-1 with the last goal to go for this first round on Brawl Ball.
It's gonna go into overtime. No obstacles, no grass. It's all about the fight, and if you can kick the ball in, Team Force, a little bit of a desperation play, just shoots it into the corner. Dot Squid will receive it, and Wiggly Spoo with the super shot will just sneak it in from long distance. They actually take one round again off of Team Force.
This is interesting. Like, it's not usual of Team Force to I don't know, maybe they do want to go down to the lower bracket to have a bit more fun and have a bit more of a challenge, but the lineups are also very questionable from what Team Force are using at the moment compared to what they are usually kind of go for. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them use Spike on Brawl Ball. So maybe they're trying out, maybe they want a couple more games in this tournament, and that allows them to try out some new strats that they've been formulating or whatnot. But it's yet to be seen, though, just yet. We might see, I think the majority of the viewers out there, they are looking for that upset to come in. And let's see if Icy Dopen can rise to the occasion, or are they just having a bit of momentary kind of luck? But yeah, that's yet to be seen, like I said. Let's see how it goes on the second round on Brawl Ball.
Same strategy, same brawler composition. I have to credit Icy Dopen, of course, this sort of 2 heavyweight, 1 healer sort of brawler composition, and they already lose 2 members right off the bat. Icy Dopen just gets a free goal walking it right in. This is, definitely questionable from Team Force, right? It's not the usual team that we're used to seeing so dominating. This time they're kind of taking it easy, maybe even. Like you said, they could just be, trying to have fun, maybe trying something out, something different. But this time, there's a little bit of resistance, right? Icy Dopen, they lose a couple of members. Now they're back, trying to park the bus, keep the ball right in that corner. They don't want to let Team Force get anywhere near that ball whatsoever. But of course, Ace, so much damage, takes Wiggly Spoo out. And now gonna get sandwiched by Miracle, but of course Scythe and Response will take Dot Squid out as well. They're trying to get to the ball, but you know, I think the only way they could possibly do it is if they break open those boxes.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge challenge for them at the moment, but Dot Squid, you really using his ultimate and his attacks to his advantage, and that's always one thing that you have to look out for. The other thing you have to look out for is Ace, because he is a sharpshooter on Brawl Ball and gets that corner shot off from that left flank. So it's already up, Team Force up by 1. Dot Squid pulverizing everything in his path. He'll go for the super, and Wiggly Spoo will be able to dunk the ball, and so they pick up Brawl Ball to Icy Dopen, and that means they head into Bounty 2 up with a very high chance of knocking out Team Force, not knocking them out, but knocking them down to the lower bracket.
This is interesting. This is very, very interesting, Phil. I'm not sure what Team Force is going for. You know, normally they just go in and win, like we saw over in the very first round on Siege, right? There was not even a little pixel gone from their health bar, but this time they kind of just gave it up. It was sort of this weird, you know, misplay, kind of overextend, and then like let's just walk the goal in. Of course, Wiggly Spoo at the end as well, you know, with that very well timed Jack super, manages to crowd control Team Force away from the goalpost, and then they just manage to take them down, shoot the goal in. And that's basically how you want to play Brawl Ball. And if it's anything like you said, you know, Brawl Ball, the determining factor for Team Force, the fact that they lost that game, Icy Dopen actually stands a chance at this, because now they're up by 2 games. If Team Force even loses Bounty here, that's going to be game over for them. They're going to get knocked down in the lower brackets. Maybe they want to play even more games. I'm not too sure, but it's all up to Bounty, right? And the map is going to be none other than Excel. And this is the map that I like to call the Space Invaders map, because you got all these like different 4x4 obstacles dotted across the map. It's 4x3 on each, you know, symmetrical side. You have to kind of use that cover, play it safe, maybe try to snipe your opponent down a bit, which is why I think Piper or maybe even Jean might be one of those brawlers that will be very favorable on a map such as this. And you know who favors brawlers like Piper and Jean? That's Ace. We'll just have to see who they pick at the end. Of course, Ace goes for Jean. It's actually a mirror match. We have Rico and Carl on both sides as well. So it's all up to the coordination and the mechanical skill of these two teams right here. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Phil, take us away.
So indeed, Bounty, the name of the game is Just Don't Die. And as we go on to the ending of the first kind of quarter of this round, definitely Team Force in a bit more of a commanding lead. Response taking out Miracle early on, and he has an interesting skin on, so that's pretty cool to see. 3 stars up already are they after that initial kill, and now they're trying to get a better map position. Those obstacles really do help, and so far Team Force have been able to drop one of them for Icy Dopen, so they have one last obstacle to hide behind. Miracle will go down to Response once again. Wiggly Spoo trying to push down on that right side, and he's going to go head-to-head with Scythe with Wolves. That super ability, of course, but unable to do much. They'll trade a bit of damage on each other, but then will retreat back towards the grass to kind of regen. Ace, though, remember, he does have his super ready to go. Miracle also Response forced to go back, and now we might see the move from Icy Dopen as they try to force Team Force back past that middle line, because, you know, Icy Dopen, the impetus is on them, of course. The pressure is on them to get back into the game, to go for the hunt, and the question is, when are they going to do it? They're waiting for the opportune moment. I think they might be waiting for Miracle to get his super up. 10 seconds to go. Team Force just sticking together. Ooh. Here comes Spin through. Wiggly Spoo able to drop Scythe without bringing a 5-2. Now into the bottom corner. He'll go down to Wiggly Spoo. And that's going to be it. Icy Dopen going for the hunt, unable to get it. And that will bring it to 12-0, I think it was, on the scoreboard. So Team Force will be able to pick up that first round here on Bounty.
And now Team Force, they're getting serious. You know, they're starting to play with that strategy that we're so used to seeing them do, especially on a game like Bounty, right? They're not just gunning for it anymore like we saw in Brawl, which is really weird. This time, you know, it was a mirror match, same brawler composition all throughout, but Team Force, you could see, they have a clear strategy. It's like you said, right? Play safe, don't die. And both teams were definitely trying to do that. They were using the cover exceptionally well, but Team Force, Cootie Ace, you know, it was kind of this hook, line, and sinker strategy. He was just waiting for his G and super to get built up. Once he had that magic hand, comes in for a grab, and response with the DPS output takes down members one by one. It just went in like crazy. They were up by 5 stars, and I think Icy Dopen, they were kind of struggling to deal with that. Every single time they tried to sneak shots by or get a sharp shot onto one of Team Force's members, they were hiding behind the walls. They were hiding behind those boxes, those grass patches. Really tough for them to deal with. We will have to see how the remaining rounds play out. Of course, I think Team Force, they might actually have this in the bag. This time though, response swapped on over onto Max. A little bit of speed boost. Oh, it seems like Miracle actually swapped on onto Max as well. So gonna have to see how this one plays out. It's another mirror match right now, and you know, once more they're just playing very, very safe. You can see how Response is using his shots not just to connect as well, but actually for a bit of suppressive fire to kind of force them over onto the other side of the wall so that perhaps they might be exposed. Cootie Ace, you know, Gene shots, they spread out towards the end, and that just covers so much space. They have no choice but to hide and stay behind that. But once the speed boost comes in, Miracle pops it. They will be pushing in. They're looking for it. Dot Squid has his grab. He wants to pick someone up, but they're just waiting for that opportune moment. They're being very careful right now. They don't want to overcommit and make a mistake, possibly lose a member, right? Because once that happens, they're gonna go down by 2 stars, and then that's possibly gonna lead to even more. Dot Squid this time will pull Scythe over, but Cootie Ace pulls Wiggly Spoo over as well. But in that exchange, it's a 2-4-1. Icy Dopen will pick up 5 stars with Force on 3. And we'll just have to see how the rest of this plays out, Phil.
Yeah, they're getting Force back. They did have Team Force up against the wall, and they're still in the lead though, so 5 stars to 3. Not a huge advantage, but it is an advantage. It is a lead nonetheless, so they'll be a bit more confident. They have to be careful though, because like we said, the hunt will always happen pretty soon. And there we go. Here comes the speed boost from Response. They're pushing in. 14 seconds to go. Icy Dopen, they just need to keep their supers ready to go, because 2 supers are up for Team Force. They're gonna go for the jump now. Wiggly Spoo onto the Ace. Wiggly Spoo will drop second with that. His side, the Response almost goes down as well. And ladies and gents, we're gonna go to the tiebreak on Bounty. They have the chance to knock them down. Team Force into the lower bracket, and Icy Dopen are gearing up. You can see they're playing a lot more confidently. They're being a bit more aggressive, and that's always a good sign. They're going on the attack rather than on the defense, but they're also showing the wisdom to know when to switch that aggression off and go into a bit more of a defensive / passive hold once they have that lead. So if they can keep those smarts among them, and you know, be mindful of that fact and be mindful of those decisions and really make the right choices, this is going to be a first for the monthly competitions or the monthly finals that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be a first indeed, and I think Team Force, they're starting to realize that they are on the ropes here. They are going to switch things up. This time, Cootie Ace over onto Poco, looking to provide support for his teammates who are just going with this brute force strategy. Close range brawlers. They want to go in fast and hard. It's Jack, it's Daryl, the Barrel, and they have those shotgun blasts. They want to go into point blank range, and they will do so right here, right now. Here comes the jackhammer. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that 2, but now Response is really low. Their healer is down, and they could be looking at a high risk, high reward. The reward, it doesn't pay off. And Icy Dopen comes out of that one on top. 9 to 4 stars, Phil.
Yeah, 9 to 4 stars. Icy Dopen just needs to hold on now. But here comes the jump. Dot Squid keeps the super up. and hasn't used it yet, so he will get tons of damage, and that brings it to 11-4 now. 11-7 as Dot Scythe will finally drop Dot Squid, but right there, Miracle is there to go for the cover kill. He'll do the follow-up, and that'll bring it to 14-7. So Icy Dopen 7-star lead, but a lot of those stars are stacked on Wiggly's crew. They need to keep him alive at all costs. Response with the dive in doesn't get a lot of damage up, but Dot Squid will finally go down. So that's their main DPS. Their main DPS brawler getting taken out, but here comes the counter attack from Icy Dopen. They know that Response is low on health. He'll go down. Dot Squid going down to Scythe as well in reply. 18-12 now as Miracle Pip Pop Code Kudiace. Scythe going down as well, so 22 stars. 12. Response trying to come back and drop Wiggly's crew. They know that he needs to get taken out. Miracle is also going to be the secondary target, but 12 seconds to go with a 12-star lead. Team Force will have to wipe the whole enemy team to stand a chance to get back into this game, or even to take this game mode. And if we don't see that Icy Dopen, they've done it. They've done the impossible. Well, not the impossible, but the improbable, almost close to impossible. And they've knocked Team Force down to the lower bracket. Who would have thought? This is insane. And it's not even 12 p.m. yet. It's not even lunchtime, and they're able to knock down Team Force down to the lower bracket. So, oh my goodness graciousness. Gee Louise. So that's all she wrote right now for that game, and that also actually means that Team Force get knocked to the lower bracket, but that also means that Icy Dopen will be one of our finalists in the grand finals. So we're gonna go to a short break, go and grab some snacks, grab a couple of drinks, and we'll be back in a few minutes with more Brawl Stars action.
welcome back. Wake up, Mr. Death Adder. Wake up and smell the ashes because we are back here. It's the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals, Day 2. And I cannot tell you what just happened, Phil. That was absolutely just insane. It's a huge upset.
No one could
Icy
have predicted it.
Exactly. They knocked Team Force down into the lower brackets. What happened there, Phil?
I really don't know. Like, if we were gonna talk about it, but we'll go into it in a short bit. But they thought the updated brackets. So Team Force, excuse me, Team Force for the first time in this whole tournament, in this whole kind of community rumble since September, dropped to the lower bracket. It has never happened. They've at most dropped maybe one round. They've never dropped the game mode, and just like that, they've dropped 3 game modes. So Icy Dopen, they either did something really, really right, or Team Force just wanted to do it the rough way and get a couple more games. So Icy Dopen will be our first grand finalist, but now we'll go down to the lower bracket. If we go into the lower bracket, round 2, it's going to be Umbrella versus NGSP, Cloud Gaming up against Resonance, and then the winner of that will go into the lower bracket round 3, of course, who will then face the big immovable object in the form of Team Force in the lower bracket final. But it is, remember, it's best of 3 for these first few games in the lower bracket. And there is no margin for error, because once you're in the lower bracket, when it's game over, it's tournament over for you.
That's right, and of course, we are just going to start right out here over on Minecart Madness. You can already see the minecart. It's working against NGSP. They're kind of relegated all the way back. That's going to be 1 elimination on the side of NGSP already. Umbrella, they're doing a good job. They're staying alive. Ken and the rest of his team, you can see he's trying to set up this flank over on the left side. Now he'll go back to regroup. They have that healing modulator down over in the center, and that's going to be big for them. They have the second one up as well. The Nani over on NGSP's side tries to take it out, but it's not going to happen. Up by 7 gems already. I mean, if they just keep this up, New Gamer Sugar Plum gonna have a tough time to deal with this. Sugar Plum, he's just trying to snipe, but at the moment, he's just missing his shots. Now connects a very nice one onto Dead Prime, but that's going to be just one of out of many eliminations. But here comes a very nice Gene pull from Roberto. His teammates help and chime in with the elimination as well. They pick up all of those 8 gems. Now it goes up to 10, and Depressed Ulti and the rest of his team, they're going to have to go in and retake this. It is so tough to retake 10 gems when the opposing team just has such a strong defense.
No,
now Depressed Ulti gets caught by the cart, and that's basically game over for Umbrella in the first round of Minecart Madness.
It is that map. It is the equalizer map, of course, Minecart Madness. And when the minecart wants to come, it's gonna say ding, ding, ding. And as we saw right there, Depressed Ulti is the first victim to the minecart on this map. So NGSP off to a good start, 10 gems to 2 with a really, really, you know, these teams are starting to wake up now, right? We're starting to get into the almost to lunchtime, almost to noontime. You know, it's almost half past. Yeah, it's almost 11:30. Everyone's had a bit of the breakfast starting to kick in. You know, after that food coma, and these guys are really starting to show up, and they're playing really smart. You know, they're not trying to do it the hard way. They're playing the objectives. They are not trying to force things that they don't need to force, and they're sticking to their game plan. So just trusting in the process, and it's working out for them so far. So like you said, NGSP, it is best of 3, remember. So you can't afford to drop a game mode at all.
I mean, you know, it is in the morning, and you cannot drop a single game mode. They have to be very careful. They had such a good lead, Team Umbrella, but then towards the end, they just kind of got, I guess, a little bit careless. But, you know, going on that role of Half-Life 2 quotes, right? The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference. And I think that's basically what happened with Roberto and the rest of his team. But this time, Ken is going to be the one to pull him over. They take him down, and now Tracy falls as well. So no more healing, but they have to watch out for the last member, Sugar Plum, who is on Brock. So much explosive damage, and not to mention the small little AoE flame as well. They have to watch out for that. Be careful. Not to mention the minecart is just gonna keep going up against NGSP right now. But this time when it comes back, it's gonna work against Team Umbrella, and they have to watch out for that. It went against them, and that huge pull from Roberto. Again, a very nice, well-timed one. Now they are on to 7 gems against 3. NGSP, I don't know if they're a lucky team or they're just, very smart in terms of long-term planning. Ooh, another elimination onto Dead Prime.
They're really clever, like you said. I mean, they're really using the minecart to their advantage. And if you look at how they push and when they push, when they come back, when they decide to go for the ambush and the snipe, you just look. It's always when the minecart is coming towards Umbrella, and it's just working out for them. He will go down those sugar plum as they do pick up a couple of gems. Oh no, but Tracy gets taken out by Depressed Ulti, so he's able to make that push, but they're not able to grab the gems because it's all the way back in NGSP spawn. So Roberto Firmino will drop Dead Prime. But there you go, see, once again, the minecart coming in, they're very mindful of it. They know that they're stuck in the corner. And NGSP, what a play. Playing it very, very smart, very, very clever. And that's going to bring it to 15-3 on the gem scoreboard with 9 seconds to go. Quack, I don't know whether they can make this final push count.
I don't think they can. Look at how safe. Oh my gosh! Tracy gets pincered by 2 members from Umbrella. Now it's all up to Roberto. But at the same time, right, they are in their spawn. They will manage to escape though, and this time the minecart works against NGSP. I think it might be game over with 2 seconds left. Make that 1. Dead Prime pushes Roberto back, and we are looking at a 1-1 score right now. You said it all, Phil.
The minecart giveth, and the minecart taketh. And unfortunately for NGSP, it taketh that round away. So we're going to go to a tiebreak round here on a minecart madness. It is an awesome map. But let's see whether NGSP can be a bit more cognizant of when the minecart's coming in. They're very good with knowing when to use it and when to make their pushes when the minecart's starting to come towards their opponent's side. But I think right now, at the moment, their opposition is really starting to realize that and starting to get into position to make use of the minecart as well.
Oh yeah, I mean they have to, right? Be cognizant of this minecart. They are good, like you said before, pushing along with it. But when it comes down to the very last few seconds, when somehow I don't know what happened towards the end there, Tracy just got caught out, I mean definitely credit where credit is due. Umbrella did a good job. They knew that in that last final moment they had to go for it. They had nothing to lose. They went for it anyway, and they came out of it alive and escaping at the right time as well. So this time they are playing it really safe all the way at the back. You can see Roberto and Sugarplum. They're giving up control over the center of the map, and that's fine. They just want to build up the super. Roberto with his G pull, you have to watch out for that. So it's okay. It's still fairly early right now. They're just building it up. They're waiting for it. And of course, keeping in mind the minecart. Right now, Umbrella has up to 5 gems. NGSP still biding their time, slowly making their advances. This time, I think the minecart is going to go up against them, and it's not a problem. They're just going to still stay back fairly safe. Meanwhile, Umbrella, they're just sucking up all those gems. They're pocketing every single one of it, and we're just waiting for that final moment. It looks like Roberto's going to go in for it right now. He is waiting. He's hiding in that bush, looking for that perfect snipe. Of course, it is up to his teammates to come in with the eliminations as well. They are still taking it slow. 5 and 5 gems at this point. Roberto has a super, but Ken has it as well. Dead Prime goes in. I think that was a pull, but here comes another pull right back at him. It's 7 and 5, and they have to stay alive. NGSP, this is a very close and even match. Oh my gosh, Phil. It's so much happening over in the center right now, but I think Umbrella has control.
Yeah, I mean, Tracy needs to get his modulator up so he can get some healing down. Depressed Ulti is hitting all his shots, so he is able to get the modulator up, and that's allowing them to sustain health on the minecart as well. But here comes the jump in, excuse me, by Tracy. Will get dropped by Depressed Ulti. Roberto Firmino will stop the countdown as he picks up one of the members of Umbrella. And now NGSP are going to go to that middle, pick up and suck up all those gems. But NGSP rather, but Umbrella able to pick up one gem, and that will start the countdown. 7 seconds to go. NGSP need to go in, and they need to go in hard now. They need one more gem. Is the mine going to spawn in so they can get the tie? No. A few seconds to go for that final mine to spawn, and they're unable to do so. So Umbrella will sneak away with minecart madness on gem grab, and that means we're gonna go to heist on safe zone. So Umbrella had the patience, didn't panic. They lost that first round, but they were like, okay, it's fine, guys. Let's calm down. Let's have a look at the situation. Let's analyze what's going on, and let's correct those errors. And that's exactly what they did and got back into the game. So that's what really smart teams do. They take their time, they're patient, they don't rush things, and that paid off for them in that first game mode. So heist on safe, it is an interesting map, and let's see what they're gonna do on that. What do you think is gonna happen? Like Umbrella now looking to be in a bit more of a dominant position, and NGSP not so shabby as well, but seems like they are kind of a bit more disorganized in a way when things are not going there according to plan.
Yeah, definitely a bit. I mean, it's sometimes you have these pocket strategies, but at the same time, if you bank on a single strategy, you don't have a backup plan. You don't have a plan B.
Yeah,
You're just looking at a very huge deficit once things don't go according to plan. Over on a map like Safe Zone, we saw this yesterday, right? It's the one with the river. NGSP came in with a huge comeback against a team such as Icy Dopen, who have been placing second or third place so far in all of these monthly finals. So map like Safe Zone, I think NGSP actually stands a fairly good chance. But the thing is, they cannot give up such a huge lead, especially in the first half of the round. If they just keep banking on this comeback strategy, it's not the safest thing to pull off, right? You're putting all your eggs in one basket is what it is. Of course, this map, we've seen a lot of, long-range fights happen. I think Brock is definitely going to be a brawler that we will see on this map for sure, possibly on both sides. Aside from that, I'm not entirely sure, you have that river, you might want to jump over it. That's why I think Carl might be another brawler that we've seen. But throwers is what I want to see on this map. We haven't seen that much of any of these throwing, like Spike, Dynamite sort of brawler just yet. But I think they actually could be huge because of the obstacles. You hide behind the river, you hide behind a wall, just keep throwing grenades over it, and then they won't be able to touch you. So we'll just have to see how these teams play it. And there we go. It's going to be Surge. He can teleport across the river. We have Brock, who can jump across the river. Tracy on Carl as well. Dead Prime and Roberto on Colette. And that is one of those sharpshooting brawlers that we have to watch out for. If they place their shots carefully, that's going to be very, very big for either side. Now Ken will just teleport over, takes Tracy out with help from Depressed Ulti, and they will be looking to do damage onto NGSP safe. It's still very early, but at the same time, I think they are just building up their ultimates. Sugar Plum now possibly going for that huge super. He sneaks 3 shots right by, but neglecting to defend. Umbrella actually sneaks a couple of shots in as well.
Yeah, he does sneak in a couple of shots, but right now at the moment, Umbrella's still in the lead. Sugar Plum though, coming down the right side with Brock, and I think his super is going to be up pretty soon, getting a couple of pot shots off. And so now Umbrella forced to come back. Ken will up his rank and bang! Punches Sugar Plum in the face. He'll rank up, but now needs to be careful. They're popping a lot of damage, our Umbrella, onto NGSP, but now forced back as the revives come through and the respawns come through. Roberto Firmino, a bit of a waste on his super. Almost gets Dead Prime though. The Dead Prime will be able to get into retreat into the grass and regen that health. Tracy taking a lot of damage. Dead Prime once again goes in for the snipe with the super, and Umbrella just too strong, just too smart, I think, as well in that whole series. So, man, it's getting rough for NGSP. They are up against the ropes. If they drop this next round, that's it. It's all over Red Rover, and they're gonna have to claw their way back up. and maybe, hopefully, we'll see them 3 weeks later. But it's not done yet. We're not going to count them out just yet. We just saw Team Force get knocked down to the lower bracket. So if that's happening, I mean, anything is possible. Maybe we should even, I don't know, maybe we should go and join a lucky draw or something, because like this is, it's like a once in a, sorry, excuse me, what is this? Once in
a blue moon, right?
Not even a blue moon, man. It's like once in a black hole suddenly not becoming a black hole. So if anything is possible, anything impossible or improbable is possible today, today is the day to do it.
Today is the day to do it. I mean, NGSP, I think they're kind of, they're kind of letting things up a bit, right? Umbrella, they were dictating the flow for that game. I think they were just doing a little bit better of a job on defense when it came to NGSP trying to put the advances over on Umbrella's safe. They were able to stop them from pushing through, and Ken, of course, at the same time with those upgrades, leveling up, sneaking up by the right side, and he was able to sneak a lot of shots through as well. Depressed ulti, of course, chiming in, and it's just so much damage on both sides, left and right. NGSP, it's a little bit difficult for them to deal with that. So this time, I think they're going for something slightly defensive. We can see that there is a Pam in the form of Tracy. Once she has that healing modulator up, they could set up a forward operating base. They could also set up a backwards operating base to kind of stay there, defend in case Umbrella tries to push through. But look at that. Depressed ulti just managing to get one shot right through already. Roberto will be able to take him down. Comes in with an upgrade, but he will get taken down as well. And this is New Gamer Sugar Plum starting to show, hey, we're not pushovers, right? You can't just walk in all over on us. It's not that there isn't a welcome mat. We're here to defend and we're here to do damage as well. But at the same time, Umbrella, look at Depressed ulti. He just walks right up the middle, shoots a couple shots right through. No one is stopping him. Why aren't they doing that, Phil?
I mean, they can't really do it. Roberto Firmino trying his best, but they're right behind that river. But as I say that, and as we do that kind of analysis, the commentator's curse kicks in, and NGSP with the counterattack now. He pressed ulti down to very, very low health, but Ken again, he is on that sergeant rank. He's going to want to kind of rank up once again, but he gets taken out, so he's going to drop a level. And Tracy picking up a couple of hit points on Umbrella's safe as he goes in for the attack. Roberto Firmino is going to rank up also. There we go. And here comes that giant super lightsaber. Just massive amounts of damage that he's going to be able to put up. Ken ranking up also. He is one rank below, but he's going to try and go for the sneak. The problem is if he does, he's going to open up that base trade, but Dead Prime with the super dash will be able to drop 2. That's the third going down as well. So the counterattack now from Umbrella, bringing down the safe, 41% health, 38 to 41%. They need to stay alive. Depress ulti onto Sugar Plum. What else can they do? Depress ulti will go down now by Roberto Firmino, but Ken on that right flank again, doing a lot of damage. Tracy popping the modulator on the bottom. Dead Prime almost gonna go down. Here comes Sugar Plum as well with that block. The missile score onto the safe. 9 seconds remaining on this countdown. 36 to 18. Again, the attack comes through by No Game Sugar Plum, and they'll steal the round at the death, bringing it to 1-1, ladies and gents. We're going once again to another tiebreak.
Noob Gamer Sugar Plum. I mean, this is what they did yesterday. They're doing it again. It's when they have nothing to lose, right? Even if Ken was on the right flank, they just, you know what? You're one guy. Forget it. We're just gonna go right through anyway. And they managed to take the safe down from, I think that was what, 30%, all the way down to 0. I mean, how do they do that? Tracy just walked right up, right next to the safe, point blank range, fired 3 shots in, pop, 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 and it went down.
Yeah, I mean, they were ranking up, right? Roberto Firmino was the key, I think, in that game, ranking up, doing a lot of damage, being able to tank damage as well. Ken tried his best to do that same tactic on that right side, but what No Game Sugar Plum kind of realized was they can let Ken through actually on that right flank, because if he goes through, then they have one less brawler to defend on that middle, and that allows them to go for the push. And by the time Ken comes back around the corner, they already have popped in like 30% damage on the save.
That's right, and that might be what they're trying to repeat here. But at the same time, I think they kind of overcommit. They make mistakes here and there. They lose fights, and this allows Umbrella to just walk in for free. It's like someone left the door open and they can just go right into the house and steal a couple of shots in. But this time, Roberto will be able to take the pressed ulti down as Ken trades onto Sugar Plum. He is still sneaking by the right flank as we know him to do again. But this time, he's stuck there. Dead Prime will take Roberto down, and here comes the super. It's going to do a lot of damage to NGSP's safe, and they need to stop Dead Prime from doing that. Every time they get distracted by Ken, Dead Prime and Depressed Ulti, they get a free walk-in right through the center of the map. Here comes the forward operating base. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It gets taken down, but here comes another super from Sugar Plum. Tracy's still alive, but now she gets taken down by Depressed Ulti. Sugar Plum trying to do his best to defend from the right side here, and Roberto staying and establishing his presence right in the center. Goes in for a teleport, takes Depressed Ulti down. Another fight is happening on the right side as well, but Dead Prime this time misses the super actually, but manages to walk right up through. They're just going to let him do that. They're trying to do the same strategy, but it's going to be a base race. They are down to 4%. That's not enough.
Not enough damage. If he had ranked up, I think they would have had enough DPS to go for that base race, but unfortunately unable to do so. So Umbrella pick up that round, they'll pick up the second game mode, and that's going to be the end of that best of 3. So we're going to go to a short break, Quack, and we'll be back with the next game in the lower bracket. So, stay tuned. We'll be back in a few short minutes, and it's going to be a pretty exciting next match, as well as Resonance, I think, go up against Cloud Gaming, who are out for revenge.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals, Day 2. And man, oh man, that was a match. Noob Gamer, Sugar Plum, and Umbrella, I think, and GSP, they got schooled by the Umbrella Academy. So right now, it's going to be Cloud Gaming against INT Resonance over here in the lower brackets round 2.2 before we proceed into lower bracket round 3 to see who will face up against Team Umbrella. So, Phil, I think, our friends from throughout the Brawl Stars Singapore community, they're here to say hello as well. The players, T-Bone, Ken, CZK, Regained, Repeat, Greek Brawl, they're all in the chat. So say hello, Phil.
Hey guys, thanks for joining in. Excuse me. And I hope you're having a great day so far. Yeah, there's a ton of them in, so many, and a lot of questions happening from all of them, wondering what happened to Team Force, the world champions getting knocked out and swept 3-0 to the lower bracket. So guys, we as well, like Quack and I, have no idea how that's
I don't know
happened.
why Cootie Ace went on Poco at the end there.
Yeah, it is just absolutely flabbergasting, actually, but we don't know. Maybe it's a mind game tactic from Team Force to get knocked down to the lower bracket to put a bit of a false confidence into Icy Dopen, or maybe Icy Dopen did take our advice, over the months, started to witness the strategies that Team Force were using, also known as PSG, I think. We're using, studying their games, really taking the time to do a bit of an analysis, and it's been working out for them so far.
But anyway, needless to say, right now we're just going to go ahead. Cloud Gaming, INT Residence over on Minecart Madness. It's just going to start right here, right now. The Minecart is going to go up against Cloud Gaming for the start. INT Residence, they're going to have the nice little early lead. 3 gems, 4 gems over in their pocket, but in terms of composition, it's somewhat similar. We have Jeans on both sides, we have a Brock, and we have Pams. Cryptic over on Carl, we've seen him play this yesterday, and he was a very strong showing. The way he dashed in, the way he spun around. Now I think he's just trying to get his super built up. Once he has that in his pocket, it's just a question of when he pops it. He can use it as a, it's kind of like the Swiss Army knife. He can use it aggressively. He can use it defensively at the same time. So right now, mid control, we're just going up against it, going back and forth, see who can pocket gems. But when it comes to the pool, that's going to be the one to watch out for. Not a very huge pool just of yet. It's still 5-5, but if Trash gets picked up, if the other player, Regain, gets picked up, that's going to be the huge deciding factor here, Phil.
It is indeed going to be the huge deciding factor. But, it's interesting to see how this is going to turn out. Cryptic goes for the dash. That's going to bring it to 6-7 now, as Resonance are able to pick up another kill. And it's interesting to see that they actually took out all the obstacles in the middle and the grass as well. So that is going to be to the detriment of Cloud Gaming, but it's working out for them so far. They have mind control once again. Just need to be careful of the mine carts. The thumbs up emote comes out from Trash. And now they'll be able to pick out Raz, but he gets hit by the minecart, is able to dodge the missiles of Jay. Cryptic will go in for the spin, and that'll start the countdown. Now it's 13 seconds to go with 10 gems, but he has to be careful with the bear guy. He'll go down, but he doesn't have any gems, so maybe it was just a distractionary tactic to kind of just make them wait. Regain, is he going to be able to at least kill one? No, he's not. Almost getting that shot off in time, but just not enough time left for them on the clock. And so there goes the first round. So interesting tactics. The obstacles going down at the beginning, that is also, I think the strategy was to kind of stop them from giving them cover, but the other thing is it allows them space to move also. So if you don't take advantage of that, if you're going to go for that tactic, but you don't follow up, and make sure that your opponent is not using it to their advantage, then Cloud Gaming, you'll see again, if it happens, Cloud Gaming are just going to take advantage of it and use it to to the fullest effect to help them win.
Yeah, a little bit of BM from Trash, I think, coming in with a sad face at the start of the game as well. It's early days. We saw this happening in the previous round as well. INT Resonance having the early lead. But here it comes. It's the pull. Cryptic gets taken out. Another pull as well. Jay tries to spin away, but it's not going to happen. It's all up to Trash and Regained. I mean, it's up to these two tanky brawlers to hold on to the gems and keep their teammates alive, right? The healing modulator. This one's going to get taken out. And once more, INT Resonance looking at a strong mid control. But once that pull comes in, you can just see Regained. He's playing very safe, very far back. Not going to give up any space, not going to overexpose himself to the possibility of Cloud Gaming stealing his gems. And this just, the minecart pushing against them, kind of allows Cloud Gaming to push up. Here's a pull. Cryptic might have gotten hit, but it's still okay. He's got his spin. He's hiding in that bush. And Cloud Gaming still in the game. They're not out of it just yet. Trash will be able to stay alive very narrowly. I mean, we saw that in the previous round as well, very close to dying, but because of his healing modulator, because he dodged those missiles, he's going to just kind of narrowly stay alive. This time Jay is on Carl after all, but I think Cryptic just, he's a little bit better. He comes out of that one on top. He goes in for he gets pulled actually, tries to spin away, manages to go in for a 1-for-1 trade, but that's Trash coming out with one elimination on top. Here comes the pull. Regain gets taken out. All those gems are gone. Your base belongs to me. And Raz has to be the one to stay alive. Trash, he has all these gems. He's got the thumbs up. They need to go after him. But look at that, 6,720 points of health. He's all the way back in spawn, and INT Resonance are not going to be able to deal with it. They take it home.
There's no way they were going to take him out as well, because he had that modulator up at the right time also. So he was playing really smart, keeping his super up until the last moment to make sure that he was able to get into the base, get back to his spawn, put down the modulator, and basically just, there's no way that you're going to take him out unless you had a 3-man commit. And that's really hard because the whole team was up as well. So there was no way that they were going to let Regain go down without a fight. And I don't think, even if he had gone down, they would have had enough damage and DPS to wipe the rest of Resonance. So Resonance are really going to have to step it up. Cloud Gaming, like you just said and highlighted, they'll take the first game mode, which is Minecart Madness. And we're going to go to Heist on Safe Zone. So again, it's all about the river, right? If you can make it to the river, you're going to be in range of that safe. And if you can get to that point, then you're pretty okay. And you just have to make sure that you maintain the hold on that territory. Also, if you're going to run a PAM, that's actually pretty good, and that's pretty important because you need to have some form of heal/sustain, and it's very important that you place that modulator right behind an obstacle so it stays alive, because the longer that thing stays alive, the longer you're going to be able to sustain your attack on the opponent's safe right behind that river.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to see, these teams, we've kind of seen a lot of mirror matches already today. I mean, I think Team Force against Icy Dopen right now, Cloud Gaming, INT Resonance, they've gone for that same brawler composition as well. They might actually do the same thing on Safe Zone, right? Regain and Trash, they're kind of in this, neck and neck, eye lasers popping out against each other. They're both playing PAM. They're both there to support their teammates, but at the same time, on a map like Safe Zone on Heist, Pam can actually do a lot of damage if she's able to walk all the way up front, set up that forward operating base like we've talked about before. So we're going to have to see how these two guys duke it out against each other. I think they are the players to watch out for here. At the same time, though, the long-range fights that happen on the other sides, right? We've seen it happen on the left side, on the right side. It goes all over the place, left, right, center. Safe Zone is one of these maps that you just kind of want to lock down all 3 lanes. You don't want to give up too much, because if you go in for a base race, if you don't have enough points to back it up, that's where you go in for a loss. So we're seeing Raz and Trash on Carl this time. I don't think we have a Pam on Cloud Gaming. I don't know if that's a good choice. The bear guy over on B, he is going to be the tank killer here. Make that Cryptic, actually, as he takes 2 out for 1 shot. This is going to be huge for Cloud Gaming as they gain that huge early momentum and lead that allows them to push up top. But now they'll get pushed down back just by a bit. No Pink has his base set up, and it's all up to the bear guy once more to kind of force them back, play that defense game. He has that gadget which does so much and forces them back. You saw how those spinning B shots connected, and that will just kind of allow INT Resonance to stay in the center of the map. It's still a very huge fight, very early, 81% to 87, and I have to see how Cloud Gaming is able to inch their way forward up a little bit more once again.
Yeah, they do need to make a move right now because Resonance are starting to really pile on the pressure there. And as you see, Jay opening up the obstacles on that right side, but good move by Trash with the spin. He's able to take him out. And as I say that, the bear guy onto no ping also. So Raz trying his best to stay alive, unable to dodge though the bear guy. And now they'll be able to take out their position to pile on some damage onto Resonance's safe. So big hit from the bear guy onto that safe, but it'll come down to 61 to 68% on the health bar. And Crash doing a lot of damage now, starting to equalize it. But as I say that, Jay trying to maneuver in, and the bear guy slowly but surely moving his way back up. He'll regen himself, and he will pop that super. Unable to hit anyone though, so a bit of a waste, but maybe not so much because he was able to force no ping to go back. But now here comes the push from Resonance. They are in a very good position right now. They're just gonna go for the kamikaze and try and finish out that save, but they are all gonna get wiped. They will respawn though. Trash coming in with the spin, doing his best to get as much damage as possible, but it's not going to be enough. So Resonance are going to pick up this first round here on Safe Zone, and it is pretty neck and neck at the moment. It just didn't work out for Cloud Gaming towards the end because I think the one thing that made a difference was they went for the attack, did Resonance, and they realized that if they go in and commit all 3 players, even if they get wiped, by the time Cloud Gaming gets to the riverfront on their side, they already respawn, and with that smaller amount of time remaining, they can just body block all the shots in the stage.
That's right, and that's basically what they did at the end there. They knew that they could body block. I mean, once they come in with a respawn at the right time, you know, that's one of these things about the Brawl Stars, the very little intricacies and nuances of timing your spawns and timing the attacks and pushes as well. I mean, looking at this, No Pink and Raz and Jay, they have free reign over the map right now. It's a 1v3 at the back of each other's spawns, and No Pink still applying the damage. The lead, mean Pam machine. He's doing so much.
Oh, man.
Raz as well with the boomerang. Oh, he just goes through. Down to 220. Oh, Cloud Gaming. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, Trash tried to go for the kind of sneaky ninja, but again, like we said, and you saw in the previous match, you can like try and do that, but unless you have a brawler that can do an immense amount of damage and your team is really coordinated with that 2-man defense, there's no way you're going to be able to out damage your opponents in that base race, because it's going to be 3 guys, 3 DPS, or 3 damage from 3 brawlers up against your 1. So I don't know, like any. I don't know. I mean, is there any brawler, in your opinion, that could put up enough DPS to out DPS 3 brawlers?
No.
Like, I do not think so. Like, even with the highest damage. I don't know, maybe 8-bit? If he has his super down, like the boost, maybe. But then that would also mean that. I mean, it would also mean that your 2 guys would have to at least always be able to take out either body block everything, which means you would like have to have a Frank and a Sprout, so just tank all that damage, or just be like, I don't know. It's pretty. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, it's not possible. You know, 1 brawler against 3 I mean, keep in mind, a game like Brawl Stars, each brawler has 3 shots, right? Once all those 3 are spent, you have to wait for that timer to kind of reload. A single 8-bit against 3 different separate brawlers with
Yeah,
their
I
own
don't think
3
so.
shots, the DPS is just insane, you know? So, safe zone, that's the kind of thing. Teamwork is a factor as well. So, when you kind of overcommit, like what Trash did at the end there, it kind of doesn't work out in the end. It might have seemed like a good strategy at the start, but when your 2 remaining team members fall and they cannot defend against the other 3 from INT Resonance, it's a very tough game in the end. And INT Resonance, they managed to bring us to a 1 and a 1. So I think that pushes us into Brawl Ball on Super Stadium, right, Phil? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, we are on Brawl, and we are on Super Stadium, like you have highlighted correctly. And this is Brawl is always like that humble equalizer, right? It will bring you to your knees, and there's a very, very small margin for error, if anything, maybe even no margin for error, and that's being shown to us at the moment. It's pretty even now, but Cryptic with some moves right there is almost able to go for a spin in with the ball, but they will be able to stop him and drop him, so he's gonna have to respawn and come back all the way from the bottom of the map itself. And Residents, they are now shaping up. They do have a Barley in the form of no ping, so that's gonna give them some control over where Cloud Gaming are able to go with the ball itself. But they also have to be careful because the Bear guy is also playing Barley, so he can do some area of denial of area also with those AoE molos. The shot comes out through Crash, and Regain is able to do a clearance out. Cryptic is going to go for the spin. He's going to be able to get Jay? No, Jay is forced to release the ball. At least he clears it to halfway though, and now Cloud Gaming will slowly have to start making their way back. They lose possession of it, and now Resonance starting to they're trying to figure out what they want to do. So they do have the super up on almost everyone apart from no ping, so no ping will go down. But if no ping hits one model, they will be able to have that super. The Bear guy popping down his ult on that right side, and Regain is forced to retreat. So Quack, it is a very cautious game between these two guys, these two sides rather, so far, and no one really willing to take any risk.
For sure. I mean, it's, you know, high risk, high reward. If you go in for the risk and you get taken out, you could be looking at a loss here. And at this point in time of the lower brackets, you make one mistake and that could be it. So Cloud Gaming, they managed to sneak one goal in. You know, it's all about zoning. It's down to 15 seconds for INT Resonance to make one single goal, and they might be able to do so as Jay, a very well-timed dash at the end there, just goes right in, sneaks the ball through, and it's going to take us into overtime. 3v3, all obstacles are gone. It's going to be an all-out zoning match, and that's exactly the team compositions we have here. Jay and Cryptic, they are the ones, the tanks, to kind of shoot the ball in with their heavy 6,000 points of health. They're the ones to be able to shoot it in and through. The corner shot with the super ability just gets it right in the nick of time. Cryptic, that's just round one.
That is round one, and let's see how it turns out. Like I said, like today it's just full of surprises, isn't it? Like, just totally the unexpected is happening all over the place, and they are not disappointing. So we were looking forward to it. We were looking forward to today. Since yesterday, rather. Sorry, as I get a bit tongue-tied there, but it is still anyone's game. It's still up for grabs. And anything is possible. If you believe, you can achieve.
We must achieve, but we have to see how they play it. I mean, looking at the brawler composition, you can definitely see it's like B and Barley. They're trying to zone things out, control space, stop the opponents from maybe gaining possession of the ball. Meanwhile, the Carl players, Cryptic, and I think Trash, they are the ones to really watch out for. They are the strikers in this Brawl Ball game. And Cryptic just did such a good job. The way he was spinning around at the right time, the way he dashed in, he just did so much. And I think at this point in time, INT Resonance, they are the ones on the cusp of a very huge choking defeat, possibly. I mean, this is down to the very wire. If they don't come in with a goal at this point in time, it could be a loss. Jay bringing out his Mortis. It's not enough as Cryptic shoots him right down, but man, it's still going to be all about zoning it out. You can see the search. It's a different brawler composition this time. No Pink is up here with Poco and the heals, but man, with a ball in the corner, for now, INT Resonance are safe, but Jay, so aggressive, he just pushes right in. No Pink and Regained, they are going in for the control, but they have to watch out for Trash. Carl and the spin, it just does so much. It can close in so much space and distance as well, not to mention Cryptic with his teleports. They have to be very, very careful here, INT Resonance. One mistake, and that's it. It's game over. Cloud Gaming, they already have, one round up against them, so they need to be very careful. Every goal counts. Jay, gonna just try to stay alive. He's up against 3. He can dance around, but Cryptic has the damage output as well. He does have all 4 chevrons right now, so man, I don't know. I think things aren't looking too good for Resonance right here, Phil.
Yeah, it is really tough for them so far, and they're trying to get more damage out and go for the wombo combo. Regain popping is super, but not enough damage from Jay's Mortis because Cryptic, remember, is fully leveled up as well. So every shot from him is going to be like 500 damage. 500 damage onwards, and you can see 2 shots, Regain is almost down to like 1/4 health. So Trash with that super goes in for the spin. And remember, with that spin, he gets a 30% damage reduction, which means he's able to tank a lot more damage. But here comes a choke point.
Whoa.
Jay trying to force his way in. Regain coming through. Trash is coming out with the spin. The Bear Guy just in time gets his ult up in very short fashion. Ball line clearance from Trash. He needs to get out. The Bear Guy and Cryptic right at the death, able to drop him, and No Ping will follow up. So able to keep themselves alive, and the Bear Guy and Trash just absolute heroes. 9 seconds to go, and if they maintain this, I think, does it go to overtime or do they win already?
Yeah,
no, I think it goes to overtime. Yeah, it will go to overtime, and all the obstacles are gone now, so there's no more stalling, no more delaying, and it's all about who is the better Brawl baller at the end of the day. So big jump push from Trash, goes in for the spin. Regain and No Ping very low on health. Jay has the ball. He's gonna go past, goes for that 1-2. Here comes the ultimate though. He gets sucked in. Everyone is down from Resonance, and here comes the counterattack from Cryptic. The Bear Guy and Cryptic gonna 1-2 that ball, and they will clear it. I have no idea why the Bear Guy went for the shot. Probably should have just waited out for Trash. Trash is not happy. He's coming back through. The Bear Guy has his super. So does Cryptic, so they can go for the teleport if they want. Comes in for the dash. Will go for the super. No Ping goes down. Jay's going to take a lot of damage. Trash will go down to Jay, so he'll get that regen on the health. The Bear Guy, don't know. With the ball, 8 seconds to go. Votes for the corner shot, and they'll get it. And Cloud Gaming will knock Resonance out of the tournament. So congratulations to them. They'll go out to the next round of the lower bracket. And I think they're gonna go up against Umbrella. So it's gonna be Cloud Gaming up against Umbrella. Winner of that is gonna go into the lower bracket final, who will face Team Force, and then the winner of that is going to take on none other than our underdogs of today, or the whole tournament, Icy Dopen. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with the next match. It's going to be the lower bracket third round of the lower bracket, which is going to be a best of 5. So all the games past that point are going to be a best of 5. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with more Brawl Stars action in a little bit.
And here we go. Welcome back. It's the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals Day 2. Here we are. It's the lower bracket finals. We've got Umbrella versus Cloud Gaming. And I have to say, it's been a ride, right? So many close matches, so many close calls, and here we are, lower bracket finals. Wait, lower bracket round 3 before the lower bracket finals. Of course, lower bracket finals, that's going to be Team Force. That I got a little bit premature, a little bit overexcited there. But, I mean, what do you think, Phil? Umbrella versus Cloud Gaming, are they fairly equal in terms of skill?
I think Umbrella might just edge them out. Like, skill-wise, probably Cloud Gaming maybe are slightly better, but Umbrella seem to be strategically a lot more solid. So if I had to go for a prediction, I think Umbrella might be able to sneak it just like they were able to do so in their previous match.
I think you do have a good point. I mean, looking at the brackets as well, Cloud Gaming, they had a little bit of a rough time against INT Resonance. It was 2-1. Umbrella was 2-0 against NGSP. But this time, Cloud Gaming actually comes in with the first bot. And Umbrella, it's up to them to defend against this level 2 siege bot. Still very early, not too much of an issue. I mean, look at how Trash is just body blocking and timing it out. They're gonna eat a little bit of damage. Okay, wait. That's actually quite a lot of damage onto their base. It's down to 42%. What is happening here?
They're just being a lot more smart in how they are executing their attacks, and they're making use of taking out all the obstacles in the middle. It's giving them a quick pathway down. Even if they need to defend, they can hold back pretty easily. If they need to go on the offense, such a clear path for them. And they're also making sure that because those obstacles are gone, the robot that they have is going to have an easy path down through, and it doesn't have to kind of like follow the pathways past the obstacles. So there you go, level 5 siege bot. It's going to take a lot of damage, but they're bottom blocking it so far pretty good at Cloud Gaming. We'll get a couple of punches though before it goes down, and that'll bring it down to 89% to 42%. So Umbrella, although they are on the back foot, they seem to be pretty prepared. If they can get a couple more bolts and they can get the next siege in, I think they'll be able to come back.
Oh, I have to say, Cloud Gaming, they definitely will be able to come back. I mean, just look at how aggressive they're playing. A little bit safe at times, but that's just tactical, advantage, ducking in and out of cover as they need to. And now, whoa, Dead Prime goes in for the kill onto Cryptic. They know they've won. The level 10 siege bot and Umbrella down to 40% of health on their base. It's practically game over. Cloud Gaming did such a good job at the first half of the match. I mean, just ultimately, it's again, it's siege, it's mid control. That's what you need to play for here. And at the same time, even though they lost in the second siege, they had a huge bank rolling in. It was up to, I think, 4 or maybe even 5 bolts, which just it's a huge advantage when it comes into the third siege before the third summon. And that's ultimately what led them to the win, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty, like I said, they're a lot smart in how they play, right? And I'm interested to see what turns out in the second round, whether they're going to go for that same strat of taking out all the obstacles and then just forcing their way through, or are they going to be like, it didn't really work out, so let's keep the obstacles up and then use that to our advantage. So I mean, in Brawl Stars, that's the interesting thing is your strategy can be used against you pretty easily. A lot of the strategies revolve around positioning and also making good use of the obstacles. So it's very, it's not really high risk, high reward, but it is at the same time, you need to be cognizant of if you take out the obstacles, you have to be mindful that your opponent can use that same advantage against you if you're not careful. Yeah.
That's right. You have to watch out for these obstacles. You have to be careful, especially on a map such as this. I think is it some assembly required? I think I might be right. Yeah, it's some assembly required. And it's Siege, it's, again, map control, getting up your bolts, and Cloud Gaming, they just did a better job against Umbrella back there. We have to see what happens over in the second round. In terms of brawler composition at the same time, it's fairly similar. I think the Carl just has been doing such a great job, right? Pocketing gems, the way you can spin that little minor speed boost that you have, just enables you to do so much and gather up so much space. Now Depressed Ulti actually going for this 1v1 against Trash. He's gonna miss a shot, and the bear guy will capitalize on that perfectly. Takes him down. It's gonna be the first level 3 siege bot for Cloud Gaming right here in the first half of the round. And Dead Prime over by the right side, not with his team. They're doing their best to defend against it, but I think this bot is going to be able to touch their base as it does so right here. 83%, not too bad, still fairly early, but looking at how Cloud Gaming have themselves positioned, they have control over the map. They have established their presence. Umbrella, they're having a tough time dealing with this offense. The bear guy with the pull takes him down. Cryptic can just roll away, even though he got pulled by Ken. So Cloud Gaming, they're doing a very good job here, Phil.
Yeah, doing an excellent job right now. And let's see how they can do better, how they can optimize their strategy. At the moment, Cloud Gaming Delay do have that first stage with that level 7 bot, and they're doing a pretty good job body blocking it, but it's made its way to its safe. So Umbrella needs to get rid of it, and they need to get rid of it very quickly. Good thing for them though is Prime was able to save the super, but the damage is done already, 100% to 19%. The next siege, or the last siege rather, is going to be in 23 seconds, so they need to get these bolts up, and they need to do it very, very quickly now. One bolt going down, Dead Prime loses that, so it's going to be 6 bolts to 2 with 15 seconds to go, and Khan with the Ken, with the sad face. And I think it is a very sad day for them right now, because they're probably going to drop this. They're going to drop this round, and we're probably going to go into a tiebreak here on some assembly required, because that's going to be it. They don't even need the bot, actually. Umbrella kind of more or less realized that they've lost the round. And so we're going to go to a third round here on some assembly required. It is the first map / game mode in this best of 5 series. And it's very close. It's a close match. Like I said, it was going to be pretty close. Cloud Gaming are slightly stronger like on one-on-one battles, but Umbrella, when they get the proper strategy off, they're able to execute it pretty seamlessly. So once again, gonna be down to the wire of whether they can survive the initial firepower and the initial pushes from Cloud Gaming. And if they are able to do so, they should be able to pull off their strategies. But conversely, I think Cloud Gaming are gonna stay very aggressive, and they gonna keep the pressure on, because they do know that they have a bit of an advantage in that side of the woods.
Yeah, it's kind of like this, I guess, maybe you would say Brain versus Brawn, right? Cloud Gaming, they have the skill. They are really good. They connect their shots. But Umbrella, when they have their strategy, when it works out, it's almost like you can't entirely stop them, right? So it's just a matter of whether Umbrella can, get this rocket lifted off. In Siege, it's a little bit tough, because at the same time, it's also kind of about momentum. You kind of have to plan for your sieges, your bolts, whether you can even get map control to collect that many bolts for your siege bot to get summoned in, and then pushing along with it. So it's kind of, I think, about momentum for me. I think for this game, this particular round that we just saw, Cloud Gaming had the momentum then. They were the ones to kind of have map control. They got the first spot in, the second one, and then the third one. And, Umbrella, they just kind of knew, right? All right, we can't do anything here. Let's just throw in the towel. But it's going to come down to this. This is the third round for the first game mode, and we're just going to have an all-out fight right at the start. You can see Depressed Ulti over on Barley. He's trying to provide support to kind of allow his team to get that map control. Those little pies that drop down on his teammates' feet, that gives them that healing that they need. So now they have map control. They could be the ones to get, the very first siege spot. Level 3-1 coming right through, Phil.
Yeah, it's coming coming down the middle now at the moment, and they're going to want to support it, but they're pretty much blocked off right now, so it's going to go down without any issues. And so maybe they should have just sacrificed that first siege and saved up for the second and third one. The next one is coming in 26 seconds though, and they're in a much more positive position right now. Our Umbrella able to pick up a couple of bolts. That's going to bring it to hopefully four. No, it gets put to 3-3 as the bear guy is able to narrowly escape, but will get that pull. Ken though, with that to roll in, is going to be dropped by Cryptic. And that means Cloud Gaming are just going to narrowly inch their way through. They do have 6 bolts right at the very end. They're able to pick it up before Dead Prime was able to tie it at 5-5. And now here comes the level 6 Siege Bot. At 50% health, almost reaches the safe. It finally has reached the safe. And it'll go down, but not before it does around 59% of damage onto that safe of theirs. Umbrella now with the counter attack, they do have 4 bolts up. They need to keep that lead and they need to get the next siege. Definitely do need to get that next siege to stand a chance at taking this game mode. But the bear guy picking up another bolt. It's 8 bolts to 5. It's gonna be 8 bolts to 6.
Oh,
and 4 seconds ago, 8 bolts to 7. Is it gonna be tied? No, it is. It is tied. So 8 bolts to 8 right at the death. And Ken is going to go down now. So 9 bolts to 8 at the moment. I don't think we have any sieges left. No, there's going to be no more sieges. And that means 13 seconds left on the clock. And if it stands right now, Cloud Gaming are going to be able to once again ninja this game mode. So Umbrella, they need to make a full concerted attack in the press ulti with the ultimate on to the safe. But not enough to be done. And so once again, Umbrella, sneak it. They ninja the win. And we'll take that first game mode 2-1. So that's some assembly required. We're going to go on to Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields in this best of 5 series between Cloud Gaming and, of course, on Umbrella. And Umbrella are, like I said, as long as they can survive through the initial aggression and trust the process, they're able to execute the strategies quite well.
Yep. I mean, it just shows, right? Towards the end, it was definitely very tough. I think that was kind of on purpose that they gave up the second siege. They wanted to keep their bank. You know, they had 4 bolts. They wanted to keep that up for the third siege. But I think they somehow lost map control towards the end there. And it ended up in a tie. That strategy, that gambit, it didn't pay off. And with a tie like that, there's just no way in hell that you can push into your opponent's base and do as much damage as you need to bring it to a tie or maybe even a win. So, you know, nice try, but at the end of the day, I think Cloud Gaming was the one to come out of that one on top. Now, Sneaky Fields, Brawl Ball, man, again, it's so scary to look at this map. The way you have those grass patches set up, it's going to be all about how you control space. And that's where I think, you know, a brawler like Tara, maybe, I'm not sure, Shelly, I think I'm seeing right here over on the meta list that we have, but it's tough to say. It's very scary. It's kind of like we talked about it earlier, right? The humble equalizer. There's anything can happen here. It's all about the strategy and how you play it, how you plan your game, how you coordinate your attacks, and it's very tough to say for me. I don't know. It's Umbrella versus Cloud Gaming. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it is. It is anyone's game, and again, it's going to come down to strategy versus firepower, right? Cloud Gaming, if they're able to just overpower and stay very aggressive, I don't actually think they have too much of an issue with Umbrella. It's just Umbrella are just smarter, it seems. They're just able to play a more strategic game, and that's allowing them to bypass the aggression that Cloud Gaming have. So as you can see, the longer it goes on, it kind of like it fatigues Cloud in a sense. Like if you look at it, they are really they start to make mistakes the longer the game goes on, and they start to get a bit more impatient, and that's allowing Umbrella to kind of dictate their actions and you know, dictate their movements, dictate where they can and can choose fights. So Umbrella, in that sense, it's kind of like like mainstream super warfare, just straight up in your face, versus like guerrilla fighters. Like you don't know where they are. They hit and
Oh yeah.
dash. They make sure to choose their battles wisely, and they're not afraid to play a less attractive game to the eye. But at the end
That's
of the
right.
day, that doesn't matter, right? Because yeah, the crowd might not like it, but it is what it is,
It's
and
unconventional
what
work.
matters is what it matters is it works and score on the scoreboard.
And that's why Sneaky Fields might be the map that they just need to give them that edge. You know, if you're lying prone next to a bush and the bush starts whispering, yeah, you gotta sleep with one eye open, man. So right now, Cloud Gaming, they have one lead over Umbrella. Of course, this one is going to be best of, I think, best of 5. But Bounty, Sneaky Fields, right now, Umbrella, they have the lead. Tara will get taken out, actually, and Ken will trade it off. The ball gets parked right in the left side corner. And now, I think it's the impetus is on Umbrella. They need to make a push. Ooh, but just getting pulled in like that gets taken out. It's 2v3 as the respawn comes in. And Umbrella, still, they need to make a move. Cloud Gaming will seize the ball and just try to pass it right up. Here comes the speed boost, and they want to make their push in right now. Of course, their teammates are kind of low, I think. Trash can't exactly push, so the ball will just stay right in its spot. Meanwhile, Ken and Dead Prime and their last remaining members should be respawning pretty soon. So still kind of neck and neck. It's just about maintaining possession of the ball, I think.
Yeah, it's also about positioning at the moment, and Cloud Gaming are trying their best, but Umbrella have a pretty solid lineup, right? Like they do have major damage on Ken. Dead Prime also can come in with a Tara to once you pops their ultimate. That's a lot of damage, and that's what they're trying to do. They press ulti also with the super with Spike is able to put on a lot of damage and is able to zone them out very well. And like we said, already Umbrella picking up that early goal. Brawl is really a very strategic. It's really a strategic game mode, and I think that suits Umbrella's kind of mentality and mindset. And at the moment, the press ulti getting all of his hits down. He's getting everything there, and that's allowing him to get his super out very, very quickly, which is zoning out Cloud Gaming. As you can see right there, they're able to pick the ball up, put it down towards that right flank, and because of that, all forcing Cloud Gaming all the way to the left, where Dead Prime is waiting together with Ken. Here comes the black hole, sucks in Ken, but Ken is going to be able to drop Trash Cryptic onto Ken, and that's going to be it. So Umbrella will pick up the first round on Brawl Ball once again. All the strategies taking place. As you can see, very good use of Spike to zone out Cloud Gaming, and just Cloud Gaming. They do have DPS as well. They're running a Tara also, but they're just not able to make it count. And Umbrella definitely, I think, are in the more positive position to take Brawl Ball.
You said it, Phil. I mean, Umbrella, right? We discussed this. They're kind of the strategist. At the same time, Cloud Gaming starting to get a bit antsy, right? A little bit, impatient at times. I think the thing that kind of cost them that one goal that went through was possibly, was it the bear guy? The Gene player. The pull that he had. It broke open their own, the obstacle that was right in front of their goal. And that basically allowed the Tara to get free ring to kind of push in and finally get the goal over that little hedge. So, you can see at the same time the Max player, they're trying to go aggressive. They're trying to go in for that goal, the speed boost even at times. But sometimes when you overcommit like that and you don't have a safety, you don't have a backup plan, you end up falling short. You end up killing your teammates. You end up killing yourself. And that allows Umbrella, the strategists, the thinkers, they have that extra edge. Look at this. It's map control. Ken wants to break open things so that he can get the ball in. And that's how he's able to do so. He's breaking open obstacles. It's a plan. It's a strategy. And Cloud Gaming, they don't really have that right now.
Yeah, they don't have it at the. They don't, but they might be able to adapt, and that's what they need to do. But Ken now with with Frank.
Oh man.
And he's just doing so much damage. Cryptic, though, with the super, is doing an amazing job with it. Does a lot of, with that suck, is able to vacuum everyone in and just DPS burst, so much burst damage from him. So now he's pushing down on the right flank is Cryptic, but Ultra, depressed ulti rather, is able to get a couple of hits down. Now we'll get Cryptic and he will have his ultimate up also. So whenever he wants to pop that super, he can do it. Ken has a super up as well. Trash and the Bear Guy do also. Only one who doesn't is Cryptic. And I think they're gonna wait for Cryptic because at the end of the day, that damage, that burst damage that he can do, he is an absolute glass cannon. Ken, though, now with the super gets sucked in. Good pull from the Bear Guy, and the counter attack from Cloud Gaming is starting to march on now. Depress ulti. They need to use their ults here, and they aren't able to. So I don't know why they saved them because they're gonna save them for this second round. So it's tied at 1-1 now. And Umbrella are just kind of slowly making their way through. Dead Prime, remember, does have his super. The press ulti is going to pop it right there, suck everyone in. Frank with the wombo combo. And he doesn't even have to go for the wombo combo, just goes for the regular hit. And Umbrella will take Brawl Ball as well. So they head into Bounty with the scoreboard at 2-0. This is pretty interesting. It's getting pretty exciting. I think if Umbrella are able to pick up if they're able to pick up Bounty, if they go into the next round and go up against Team Force, we might actually have a very interesting match because they're not going to be as aggressive as Cloud Gaming. They're not going to try and rely on their firepower, but they're going to trust in the process and rely on what they have planned. They're going to stick to the game plan, and if they do that, they might give Team Force a run for their money. But the game's not over yet. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. It is still going to go to this third game mode, which is none other than Bounty on Excel. Sorry, not on Snaky Fields. Bounty on Excel, and let's see whether or not Umbrella can excel in this match and take it to the next stage.
See what you did there, Phil. Of course, Excel. I call it the Space Invaders map. You have so many obstacles, so many, just these 4x4 walls for you to hide behind. I think, definitely Rico is one of those brawlers that might show up on this map. But it's all up to, we said this before, it's strategy versus firepower. I don't know who's going to come out on top. We're just going to have to wait and see. In the meantime, you know how when you play Brawl Ball, not Brawl Ball, when you play Brawl Stars, and in the loading screen, any game that you play, loading screens, they kind of have these gamer tips for you, like, did you know when the further Piper shots travel, the more damage they do, something like that. I'm just gonna throw a couple of, if life was a video game, what would be some loading screen tips? Here's one for you. Little Toe's hitbox is bigger than the model, so beware. All right, the game has started, and it's exactly like we said, like Cloud Gaming, firepower against Umbrella strategy. We have Trash on max. He has that speed boost. He wants to dance all across the map. Meanwhile, Depressed, Alti, and Ken, they're kind of a little bit more defensive, right? They're playing it safe. At the same time, they have a Poco that can heal them up. Dead Prime, he's just waiting at the back, trying to build up his super to keep his teammates alive. Cloud Gaming might have this 1 star, but if they overcommit, if they overexpose themselves, make one tiny mistake, they lose one member, that could be it for them, Phil.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? And I think that's the phrase that I keep using today because it is an amazing day of Brawl Stars, and there's so many unexpected results that we had so far. So here comes the big push initially. Dead Prime will go down to Trash, who is able to use that speed boost to help his team retreat to safety after they get that initial kill. Here comes the full once again. The press ulti goes down, but luckily for them, Prime is right behind them and is able to heal them out pretty easily. Press ulti, 7k hit points, will drop Cryptic and bring it to 5-2. And that healing from Dead Prime is just helping them out so much. He has the super ready to go. Also, at the moment, the Bear Guy he's ready to do another pull. He's trying to get into position, but so far he doesn't have a clear line of sight, so he can't do anything. And I think he's going to try and target Dead Prime because if he can take Dead Prime out, they're not going to have any healer up. and that means that they are going to be forced to make their way back. 15 seconds to go. Here comes the push from Umbrella. They need to go in. The spin misses from Ken. He doesn't get anybody, and he's gonna get dropped, I think. But Ken, no, he'll pick up two. He stays alive because of Dead Prime. Dead Prime, the MVP of this round, is able to sustain his teammates, and they will walk away as victors of that first round. So Dead Prime able to keep Ken alive, and Ken, because of that, is able to get the DPS down to pick up a double right there. And he is able to pick up 5 stars to help them win that round. So again, strategy. It's all strategy, right? They're not as strong as Cloud Gaming, 1-to-1, but together they are a force to be reckoned with.
It's like you said, strategy. It's teamwork. Ken and Dead Prime, the heal, and Cloud Gaming. It's very different. Cloud Gaming just wants that speed boost. They want that damage output. They're just going all over the place, trying to connect shots where they can see them. But the way that Umbrella are playing, you saw how safe they were. Like 50% of the time, they were just waiting over on their side of the map. Once they had their supers, that's the opening that they were looking for, right? The way that Ken was playing on Carl, he was just waiting for that perfect moment to dash in and get that spin going. Once he got that spin going, even though he was down really low, Dead Prime was there to back him up. And that's how they got those 2 eliminations that brought them over the edge, gave them 10 stars over 5. And now this is the second round, once more, building up supers. It's the exact same brawler composition on both sides, and they are still playing it safe. This time, of course, Cloud Gaming, again with the aggression, they are the ones to pick up that first star, but they have to play a lot more safe this time because, if they start bunching themselves up, that could set up for a huge push from Ken once more. At the same time, the pressed ulti over on Jack, that's another painful brawler with the AoE damage that she provides, but the pull from the bear guy, it's, I think for Cloud Gaming, we have to watch out for him. If he is able to land his pulls, whether it's on Dead Prime, whether it's on Ken, that will be the thing that makes the difference, the thing that brings Cloud Gaming over the edge. Now Cryptic goes in for a spin. He doesn't have the same heals, so he's gonna have to fall back. Now Depressed Ulti sees this opening. He's going in. He wants to take him down. He gets it. And then he's gonna back off, but the pull comes in from the bear guy, switching the tables, turning it back on Umbrella. Now Cryptic pushes in. He's just forcing them back a bit. Ken goes in for a dash of his own. Here comes another heal. He is still alive. The spins don't connect, but they have the space. They're pushing them all the way back into their spawn. They have to be careful here, Umbrella. An overcommitment might cause them the detriment again. Look at this. Cloud Gaming up by 3 stars once more, and Trash just forcing them back. The speed boost again. They're dancing back and forth. Another pull, and Trash will take Ken out. I think this is looking to be Cloud Gaming's win. Cryptic is just going to spin around for fun.
He does have Ken. Ken does have his ult. He's coming through. He does a lot of damage on the bear guy, and they're able to pick up one. Oh, Cryptic
So
almost
close.
goes down, and that would have tied it at 10-10. Oh my goodness graciousness. But we're back. We're going to go to a third round. We're going to go to a tiebreak here between Umbrella and Cloud Gaming. It is such a close game. Small margin for either team to win. They're just edging each other out right at the death. And right there, again, once again, Umbrella almost pulling off another ninja win. But Cloud forcing it now to a tiebreak. So it is still anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess to who's going to take this game and go up against Team Force, but it's also anyone's game, to be honest. It's so hard right now. We can do like a whole day of analysis, and I think we still wouldn't be anywhere closer to finding out or even predicting remotely close to who's probably going to take the game.
It's kind of this back and forth tango between these two teams, but I have to say, this is what it's about. Umbrella, we talked about how they're the thinker team, the strategists, but when their strategy doesn't pay off, when they don't have the skills to back up that strategy, when Ken goes in for the dash and the spin, but he doesn't get a single kill, that's when it doesn't work out for them. And that's why I think they kind of need to find this balance, right? This common ground. And that's where Cloud Gaming starts to get this edge up over Umbrella, because they might not have the the perfect strategy. They might not have that long con, the long plan that works out for them in the end. If they have just those 1 or 2 moments where they work together as a team to defeat 1 or 2 members from Umbrella, they have that edge. They are able to steal the win away, even if it's just a 2-star difference. Right now, slightly different in terms of strategy. Trash switching over onto Ricochet. He's going to bounce those bullets off. He needs to get them to connect. It's a little bit difficult on this map, I would say, but at the same time, it's the map that works out the best for Rico because of all of these obstacles. And they're going to take the press ulti down. And now Umbrella down by 3 stars. They need to make magic happen. Can switching over onto Daryl? I don't know. I don't think he can close in the distance enough with the shotgun. He needs that support from Dead Prime to heal him up every time he does so. And it's all up to these little intervals, whether Dead Prime can have his super up to keep his teammates alive. But look at how Trash is playing. He's kiting them time and time after again. Ken goes in for the roll, but it's not enough, and Trash just takes him out like the trash that he is. Trash. Oh man, 6 stars over 2 now. Cloud Gaming looking in a very good position still.
The problem is the press ulti is constantly trying to go for the flank, so he's getting isolated by Cloud Gaming, and they're also making sure that the minute that Dead Prime shows his face, they start to suppress him as well, which means he's forced back and he's unable to follow up and help his teammates out. But we're going to see a quick push in very soon. The press ulti trying to heal up to the best of his abilities. Ken is going to go for the roll out pretty soon. And once he goes in for the roll, this might be the opportune moment. He goes through. The press ulti is going to pop his super once he gets into range. Dead Prime needs to heal the press ulti up. And unfortunately, Cloud Gaming is able to inch their way through. So they will be able to take that second round, and they will take... they'll take Bounty, so I think it's 2-1, right, at the moment, still in favor of Umbrella, and that means we're going to go to Gem Grab on Crystal Arcade. Luckily for them, it's not on Minecart Madness, because if it was, I could safely say that Umbrella probably were going to take it, but let's have a look at the map. Crystal Arcade
Definitely not
Minecart
Madness.
It's a lot more open,
fairly...
but the grass will allow them to kind of conceal themselves. So maybe Umbrella might have a bit of an advantage here, depending on what strategy and what loadout they do. But if Cloud Gaming keep doing what they're doing, stay aggressive, and they're able to isolate Dead Prime to make sure that there are no heals, and they're also able to isolate anyone who's trying to flank, I think they'll be able to inch their way through. But if Umbrella keep cognizant of this and be a bit more adaptive, they should be able to put in a pretty good fight.
That's the thing, though. They need to be cognizant. They need to make their shots count. Over on an open map like Crystal Arcade, it's a little bit tough, right? Look at all these open spaces, and that's why I think a brawler like Sprout might actually be good here, because you can lock out the left or right lane, force your opponents onto one side, and then that's where you can kind of flush them out with your high DPS output. Of course, you need the DPS in order to back that up. At the same time, I mean, just looking at the meta, Lu, the newest brawler, actually might be very good on this map because of all these open spaces. I mean, right in the center of the map, if you land your super right there, right in the nick of time, you get the stun, you get the freeze, it's easy kills, easy gems, and that's all you need. So without further ado, the game will get started. We have a Sprout! We have a Sprout.
We do have a Sprout, and they'll get that early, I think first 3 gems, so Umbrella will be on the front foot right now, and Ken, he needs to get his way, he needs to make his way back. The one thing about the grass also that we have to remember and remind ourselves is the minute you get into the grass, you start your regen pretty quickly, so that's going to be definitely a lot more helpful to Umbrella, because they've decided not to have anyone heal. But the interesting thing is going to be Trash is going to come in with a spin, Ken with the counter spin as well. Will take out those obstacles, but because of that, they'll drop all the gems as they get eliminated. Now, Dead Prime is going to have to step this up. He is on the Terra. Cryptic is also running Terra as well. So he'll be a massive damage dealer. Cryptic down to about 300 health. And Depress ulti with their long range snipe will be able to pick one up. The Bear guy is in trouble now, but Ken is not able to finish him off. So he'll be able to pick up that gem. That'll bring it to 8-2 on the score with Depress ulti taking a lot of damage. And, you know, they need to really... They need to stick together, I think. They can't allow themselves to get isolated. Like, as you see right there, Trash goes in for the ultimate on that right side. Ken not able to help his teammate. But he'll go for the counter spin. He'll pick up the gems. And as I say, that D-Bear guy goes through, gets the kill as well. But Equalizer, and unfortunately, he'll go down. So Umbrella will now, with that sneaky kill, will be able to start the countdown timer. And there's 6 seconds to go. Now, Cloud Gaming needs to go on the front foot. They need to go on the offensive, but there's not going to be enough time. So that's going to be it. And Umbrella will pick up this first round, 13 gems to 2, or was it 13-0 at the end?
I think it was 13-0 at the end.
I think it doesn't matter at all, because Umbrella picking up that first round, you know, if they are able to keep the strategy going, even though they're getting isolated, they're still working together pretty well with the follow-up on those ambushes. So Cloud Gaming, they need to be careful. They are, like I said, winning the one-on-one battles. They are able to win the battles when they stick together. But the minute there's an opportunity for Umbrella to put in some of those pocket strats, to put in some of those strategies in place, they are executing it a lot better.
Yeah, they definitely are. And that's what we need to watch out for. Like you said, those ambushes. It's all about these team fights that happen out. It's not just about the individual fights. And that's kind of where I think Trash might have made a mistake. Right now, Umbrella 1-0 over Cloud Gaming. They were kind of on the rim of just losing, getting eliminated from this tournament. Right now, the score, at the grand scheme of things, is 2-1 Cloud Gaming to Umbrella. And they're staying alive in this game. It's 3 gems to 0 right now. Now Depressed ulti over on Rosa. Looking at how he's using his gadget, right, or the star power to kind of extend his cover with the extra bush, it just enables him to control so much space. You can see how he's dancing back and forth between Cryptic. Now he goes in for the kill, takes him out, and that just gives his team so much space to go in, get map control, get those gems up and counting, right? Cloud Gaming, they're having a little bit of a tough time. The Bear guy, he does need to land his walls. They need that kind of strategy to be able to zone Umbrella out, but it's so tough for them to do so. Trash is kind of losing out on these duels, and Ken is just proving to be the better Carl player right now. They have already 10 gems over 0. Well, over 1, but Cloud Gaming, they need to take them down. It's just not looking to be a good game at this point in time. Depressed ulti bought enough time. Here comes the spin. He's going in, but is it going to be enough, though? No! And that's going to be Dead Prime and Ken just protecting their teammates. They got each other's backs, and that's how they're bringing us into the next game.
Yeah, so Umbrella, like we said, strategically just too strong, and because of that, they do. I think it's 3-1, right, on the total game mode scoreboard. So
2-2, I think.
We go on. Is it 2-2?
Yeah, I think it's 2-2. Umbrella and Cloud Gaming 2-2.
Umbrella took Siege, right? And then they also took Brawl, and then Cloud Gaming took Excel, but now on Gem Grab, Umbrella just took Gem Grab. So I think that's 3-1,
that's right,
if I'm not wrong. So we are, yeah, I think it is 3-1. I don't think it's 2-2.
Not
because they were able to ninja Brawl. They were able to get Siege as well, right? Towards the end, Bounty definitely that went out. So I think it is 3-1. So next matchup, if I'm not wrong, is going to be none other than the lower bracket final between Umbrella and Team Force. If we're correct, and we don't load into another game, because if we load into another game, then I am wrong, of course. but if not, then it's going to be Team Force. Oh, it's 2-2. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go to Heist, GG Mortuary. And it's an interesting match, GG Mortuary, on obstacles. A lot of obstacles around the whole map. And as I pull it up, it is interesting because, yeah, you have to be very careful. There are two very long fences. There is a water feature on both sides, so you can't really go for a long snipe. So the key to the GG Mortuary is either you have someone who can teleport across the river, or you have a Brock, I think, if I remember correctly. Yes. You can rocket jump over the fence, right. Or you can just go super aggressive and then take out the obstacles. But if you do drop the obstacles, then your opponent is able to counterattack. So it's all about a balance of like your options, what you want to kind of do right at the end of the day. So it's pretty even now. So Cloud Gaming are going to have a bit more a bit more win in their sales, and they're not going to be too down. At the same time, Umbrella are going to be kicking themselves because, you know, they could have sealed it out, but they didn't on multiple occasions. And maybe that's going to affect them as we head into this last game mode. Maybe it won't, but apart from that, they're giving us a good show, if nothing else.
It is a very, very good show, Phil, and I think you said it all. There's that water feature, there's that fence, and we have seen this map before over in this, I mean, maybe not in the November finals, but definitely in the previous month, or even in the other months that we've had so far. We've definitely seen Brocks before, we've definitely seen ranged brawlers that work out really well on GG Mortuary, but well, with all that said, we just need to see how these teams play out against each other. They've done a very good job so far, so, you know, I think they deserve a pat on the back for themselves. Umbrella and Cloud Gaming, everyone in the chat, you know, show your support for these two guys. They have, you know, given us a great show thus far. But while they're loading into the game, let's just give another real life, if life was a video game, what's a loading screen tip? This is going to be cringy, Phil. Hang on to your seats.
School will not teach you about insurance and taxes, so go and learn about them. Yeah, go and learn about insurance, taxes, and investment.
Very, very true. I was going to say, you know, there are no checkpoints. Be careful. But anyway, the game has started. It looks like it's just a little bit of a brawl on the left and right side for now. Kind of opened up these two sidelines, right? Not entirely as we see, but just as I say that, Grass Patch eliminated from the side of Umbrella. Right now, Cloud Gaming, they're starting to play a little bit more defensively because of Dead Prime and Ken, forcing them back into that little corner there. Now, look at that, the pincer maneuver goes in, but Cryptic, he's going in for a flank as well. The base race, as we say, once more is going at it, but I think this time Cryptic is the one who's laying on that damage really, really nice and thick. He did about 20%, I think, to Umbrella's base. And now Cloud Gaming, they are still going for that kind of safe play. They're doing the aggression there, and then it's playing out very well. Umbrella playing a little bit more defensively, right? They're just kind of waiting for the opportune moment. But if they wait too long, as I say that, Caster's Curse, Ken just goes in for the perfect spin. Takes Cryptic out at the same time as well. It's down to a base race again as we look at the scoreboard, 14% to 28. So much mayhem happening, opening things up from the bear guy. Depressed ulti so low, he's gonna get taken out. I think Cloud Gaming actually has an edge here, even though they are down by 14%. They just need to take Ken out and go in for the kill. Cryptic, he's going in by the right flank once more. Oh, Ken gets taken out, and it's going back and forth, super close, these two teams. But somehow, Cryptic, by the right side, just throws a spike right in, and he threads the needle, he gets it, and they take it. The first round goes over to Cloud Gaming.
Yeah, just towards the end, I think Ken tried to seal it because there's like 14 health left, and he knew if he could get into position, he would be able to use the super and out DPS them and pick up that that round for Umbrella. But he casted it a bit too early, I think. So he was able to make the dash, but by the time he got to the safe, his super ran out. So wasn't able to get the damage onto it, and that's why they lost the base race at the end of the day. So just waiting for the players to get into the lobby and ready up, and we're heading to the second round very shortly. If Cloud Gaming can keep this up, then they will move into the lower bracket final and go up against Team Force, and that would be actually pretty interesting, because we've always tipped kind of Umbrella. If they could come through on their strategies, they might put up a bit of a fight. But Cloud Gaming, you know, they're a lot more like mono, like kind of full firepower, and that doesn't always usually work out very well against Team Force.
Yeah, that remains to be seen right against Team Force, but right here against Umbrella, I think, you know, the aggression, the mano a mano works out for sure. I mean, just look at what Trash is doing. He's just walking right through. They're layering on that damage thick again. And Umbrella just having a little bit of a tough time. Ken is doing damage as well, but he has to deal with these two players, Cryptic and the Bear Guy. The Spike is doing so much work, and I think it's a good choice for Cryptic to switch over on the Spike this time. Trash still just kind of the distraction for Umbrella back there, but somehow, in the midst of all of that, the damage from Ken and I think Depressed, yeah, actually, it did so much, and Cloud Gaming is down to 38% now. Cloud Gaming, they need to go in for the kill. They need to do that damage back to Umbrella's face. And I think they're just waiting for that opportune moment to do so. And looking at that, the Bear Guy just breaks things open. And that could be the sightline that he needs to do those rockets. They're shooting right through, but nobody's defending the base. I think there's one player from Umbrella over on Cloud Gaming's base right now. He's doing it, look. And that's going to be that. Ken was the one who was at their base. He's the infiltrator. He's getting all of that damage. And that is Umbrella taking another round. So now I think we are at 1-1.
We are at 1-1, and unfortunately for them, you know, fortunately for them, they were able to hold on right until the very end, and Ken was able to realize that, hey, they are making a push, but they're kind of waiting for all three members to be up. So if I can get to the other side, I should be able to do enough damage with my Carl. And he did, so he's getting those hits in, and then got his super in and was able to ninja his way through. So just at the end right there, Cloud Gaming couldn't decide. They were in two minds, and that hesitation cost them that round. So we're going to go to a tie break, and it's going to be the last round of this best of 5, the last round on Heist, and this will determine who goes up against Team Force in the lower bracket finals.
This is the one to watch. This is the one that determines who moves on and who gets kicked out of the November finals. Cryptic, the Bear Guy, and I'm kind of Trash. They're just shooting shots all over the place. They're trying to zone them out, but Cryptic will be the one to fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Trash, though, again, kind of proving to be the better Carl player. He will take Ken out, but Depressed Alti comes in with another trade. And this is going to be Cloud Gaming kind of losing the momentum, I think. Look at where Dead Crime and Ken are situated. They have this space to work with. And Cryptic and Trash, they are aware of this as well. They're trying to defend against it. But in all of that, Depressed Alti has managed to build up his super, opening up the sight lines. And this is going to be the rockets flying right through once more, exploding onto Cloud Gaming's base. Umbrella, they're starting to make this strategy pay off. But the Bear Guy, taking a page out of their book, he's going to open sightlines up as well. He is going to try to sneak these rockets through, but with the defense from Umbrella, oh man, anything can happen here, Phil.
Yeah, it is wide open at the moment, but Umbrella, they are in the lead, and if they can hold on for dear life and execute what they want to execute, then it's going to work out pretty fine for them. But Ken almost going down, Crash forced to pop his super as well. Dead Time will be the better of the two spikes, and now Umbrella can get a couple more damage points onto the safe of Cloud Gaming. He pressed ulti. If he can get I think 1 or 2 more rocket hits, he's going to have his ultimate, and then he's going to be able to pop that super.
There it is.
There we go. He has his super. He's just waiting to pop it on the safe. Dead Time already popped his super, and is zoning them out. So he's gonna go for it.
Whoa.
Defense ulti with the super onto the safe. Volley of rockets. But as I say that, Cloud Gaming also trying to mount their own counterattack. But if they don't protect their safe, it's gonna be all over. And that fire from the rockets, it's gonna spell the end. So Umbrella will pick up that round. They're gonna pick up the game. It's game, point, and match. And so they will move on to the lower bracket final where they'll go up against Team Force also in a best of 5. So I don't know. It's some
Very
like I said,
close.
Umbrella. When it comes down to it, they pull out the goods strategically. They have the strategies. They just have to be patient, trust in the process, and if they do so, then slowly work their way up to a win. And I think that's where it's going to be important for them as they head into this match against Team Force, for them to be very patient and really not to force things. Team Force definitely going to be very aggressive. So they just need to survive against that super aggression that Team Force have. But the dangerous thing about Team Force is they are also they're very aggressive, but they're very composed with how they're aggressive, right? So they have the strategy that they have in place. So it's not just pure aggression and pure kind of firepower trying to force their way through, right? They are able to play it very wisely with pretty innovative strategies as well. So it's yet to be seen whether Umbrella is going to be able to deal with that. But if they can be a bit more patient, I think they stand a chance.
They might stand a chance. That remains to be seen. So don't go away, guys. We're going to go for a short break while the players load up. It's going to be the lower bracket finals up next. Don't go away. Welcome back, everyone. It is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November Finals, Day 2. Here we are. It's been a long day, but now we are in the lower bracket finals. It's Team Force against, it's Umbrella, right? It's Umbrella. And I don't know how this one's going to play out at all, dude. I mean, Team Force, we know how strong they can be, but they lost a 0-3 against Icy Dopen. How did that happen?
I have no idea as well. So I don't know whether Icy Dopen just outclassed them or whether Team Force just wanted to play more games.
Right. Well, it seems like we're gonna get started anyway. Here it is. It's the game over on Bounty in Snake Prairie. It's the one with a huge grass patch all across the entire map, and this is why Bo is such a strong brawler on this map. The fact that you can place your totem down and let your teammates' supers build up, and that's exactly kind of what Umbrella is going for, right? I think they've seen this strategy from Team Force before. I'm not entirely sure, but it's the one where you let your Nani just hide out and spawn, build up your super, and then you go in for the kill with the Seeker Eye missile. And here it comes. They're looking for it, but at the same time, Coutier's on Tara. Just such a strong piece of utility, using that gadget to see through the bushes. It's kind of enabling them to get vision over on Umbrella right now, but Umbrella actually is kind of outgunning Team Force by just a bit, with 3 stars over Team Force's 6 stars. And this is Response coming back with an answer, though. He is able to take Depressed Ulti down. They still are playing it very, very safe. They're down by 1 star, and they need to be careful. They need to watch out for this right side because of the mines that have been placed down, because of how concealed it can be, in fact. The left side has been completely opened up, so anytime someone goes through, which I think one of the members from Team Force, Scythe, just tried to do so there, he's going to get taken out. Here it comes, though. It's another push. Oh, man, the super goes out, but Dead Prime is the one who wins that engagement. Now Umbrella up by 17 stars. What is happening to Team Force here? I don't know, but Umbrella is going to be the winner of this.
Yeah, they can't deal with the strategy from Umbrella. You know, that Seeker missile strategy from Ken is just obliterating them, and I think we actually might see Team Force try that. Because they can't really push. By the time they want to go in and be aggressive, they don't know whether Ken has his super up or not. And if he does have his super up, then even if you push in, you could dive in with a Terra. It doesn't matter because he just pops his super up and it just explodes. So whether you're close range, whether you're far range, you just can't escape it. So the only way I see this changing is maybe if they pick up a brawler that can teleport, perhaps, or they use the strategy exactly. They use the exact same strategy and hope that they play it better.
I mean, we can only hope, right? It's so tough to say. I mean, this is going to be a best of 5, so it's a very long game all throughout, and thank you everyone for sticking with us. But of course, the game is underway, and it looks like Team Force actually wants to go with the kind of safe long-range engagement fights. Meanwhile, Ken still on Nani with the Seeker Eye, That is so deadly. Team Force needs to be able to dodge those. If not, they're going to get taken out. Coutier's and Dead Prime, the Tara Brawlers, they're doing so much work right here. The Shade goes out and it takes Umbrella down. This is the Team Force that we've come to know and love. These are the world champions. This is why they have 8 stars over 2. I don't know if they've just been toying with their food so far throughout the day, but now they're coming in with this dominating force. Here comes the totem pole. They all have their supers up. And Response playing Piper is actually kind of questionable to me. He needs to land his shots. If they miss, he's as good as useless. Oh, here comes the eye. Oh! It takes Response out, Phil.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. It's all a matter about whether they adapt or not. And it seems like Team Force now at the moment, they can't really do anything because the grass is up. And they can't counter the... they really can't counter the time bomb. But Coutier survives, just narrowly survives. Because he does have that extra bit of health. And the Shade will come through. So remember, like we do know that the Shade does allow them to will chase you down even through the grass, rather, and that will allow you to figure out where your opponents are. So made use of the Shade just right there. The totem wasn't able to help Ken too much because they did drop 1 or 2 deaths earlier on in the game. So Team Force will pick up that round, and we'll go to a tiebreak here on the first game of Bounty on Snake Prairie. So I mean, the strategy is working, Umbrella, but they just need to make sure that they at least capture, I think, the initial star, and they also need to make sure that they don't go down here early on.
Exactly. They need to make sure that they don't go down. If they do, that's all the lead that Team Force needs. And right now, it's just another duel. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Scythe actually taking out his bow counterpart. Now Team Force sitting on 6 stars instead of Umbrella's 2. They're looking pretty comfortable right now, but this is the eye that we need to look out for. Ooh! Oh, narrowly misses Response. And this is Coutier's taking Dead Prime out again. And this is a different Umbrella, I would say, from what we were used to. I think this is the reason why they kind of lost in the previous round as well. Instead of kind of playing it safe, sitting far back and just hiding, waiting for Ken to do his thing with the Seeker Eye, they're kind of going and sourcing out intel. They're going in for the kill instead, playing somewhere around the center of the map, which is open. Coutier has that intel, he has that information, and he is supported by Response and Scythe as well. And this is why they are able to take Dead Prime out every time they try to go and get him. Ken does manage to take 1 player out though, so that kind of brings them back just by a bit, but it's still 7 to 14 stars, Phil.
Yeah, Ken missed 2 of his ults, so that he might that might be something that they'll rue coming towards the end of this game. But he's gonna have to pull off like something really special, and his other 2 teammates are gonna have to either kill Coutier's or they need to kill Scythe to tie it, I think. So here we go. Dead Prime coming through, has the super ready to go. Ken hits his super, but it's not doing enough damage. The press ulti on that left flank comes through. Response, so able to take out Dead Prime, bring it to 16-7, and now they have to go for a full kill wipe, and they're not able to do so. So Team Force will be able to pick up Bounty on Snake Prairie, and we'll go into Gem Grab in a short bit on Hard Rock Mine.
Hard Rock Mine. I mean, that's the default, like the very first map that you play in Brawl Stars. Of course, I think it's very balanced. You know, you have those bushes on all over the sides, and it's kind of that playground for people who want to play brawlers like Shelly or maybe even Mortis, actually. Of course, we don't really see Team Force playing Mortis all that much. I would love to see it happen, but who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, the previous game, Umbrella just, I guess, you know, they have had that kind of long run throughout the entire day, right? And even playing the best of 5 against Cloud Gaming, they might kind of just, they've started to get a little bit tired. And this is where I'm going to bring in another live game pro tip. Here it comes. Regularly drinking water replenishes most stats over time. So maybe that's what we need.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
That's right. People in the chat as well, you know, grab your cups or mugs, you know, take a swig of, I got plain water here, Phil, so, you know, cheers. But yeah, it's Hard Rock Mine. It's a toss up for me. Team Force, I think they're just starting to take the games a little bit more seriously now, and this is where they're starting to shine.
Yeah, and Umbrella are I think they're relying on some of these thought out strategies, and it was going okay for them. But then, like we said, Team Force are world champions for a reason, right? It's not just there as a title; they're there for arguably they know what they're doing. They know the game inside out. They know the mechanics and the metas, and they also know how to be adaptive, and they have all that like high level tournament experience that is adding to kind of how they play as well. So it is an uphill battle for Umbrella. Let's not count them out yet because it is the best of 5. Just that, I think they are, luckily for them, like the majority of the other map modes that are coming through aren't just like, they're a lot more objective based, which we know that Umbrella are a lot better at.
Yes.
So hopefully we see a closer game. If we don't, then I mean, plus point is we get to see the grand final quicker and see whether Icy Dopen are actually, are like at the top of their form and are able to take out Team Force, or, at the very, I mean, that's maybe the upside of the downside, or the downside is, or the other upside is, maybe Team Force get knocked out by Umbrella, but we go to like the 5th game mode again. So it's a win-win for us. It's a win-lose for the teams, but it's a win-win for us and the audience.
It's, if Umbrella actually beats Team Force, I have no words. That's the biggest upset of the entire tournament. Umbrella, a brand new team, able to take out Team Force, who have been, grand champions for the entire Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble series. So without further ado, the game is going to start. We have Dead Prime over on Pam. He's going to set up that forward operating race for his team. It is Jam Grab after all, so it seems like Team Force has that early lead. Ace over on Colette, kind of trying to get those sharp shots connecting, but narrowly missing, staying alive at the same time, but with 56 points of health. Now he'll kind of just regain his HP. Looking at the rest of the team though, right? They're just, consuming it and gathering so much space, but Depressed Alti looking to eliminate some of that cover, open things up for his team and himself perhaps with those rockets. But look at this. This is Scythe going in. He's going to spin and take Ken out, and he's managed to sneak in behind enemy lines. Depressed Alti and Dead Prime are kind of just ignoring him, and that could be to their detriment because look at this. It's the 3-pronged attack. Ace does fall. He went in for that Hail Mary dash at the end and it doesn't pay off, but still, Force is up by 7 big gems, and that is all they need to stay alive in this game.
That is true, but also they need to, I was going to say they need to make sure that they have mine control, but Team Force just too good at the moment and not able to do much. But Ken will pick up a double, almost picked up the triple, he'll pick up the triple, all the gems go down, and now Umbrella, if they are able, oh no. If they're able to, I was about to say, if they're able to pick up all these gems, they might start the countdown and could then just run all the way back to their spawn. But now, Team Force are up once again. Ken will go down. Here comes the counterattack. AC smells blood. Response rather, is going to get the snipe over onto Prime. And Ken tries to go in with the super. He'll be able to pick up Ken and pick up all those gems. And Team Force, after all that madness, they're up by 16 gems to 1, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, Umbrella have to mount a counterattack, and all the BM emojis are coming out at the moment. Scythe will drop the press ulti, Prime goes down as well, and Team Force just too good to be stopped. They didn't panic. They went down. They stayed, composed, respawned, and made sure their supers were up, and then went for the counterattack, and they were able to pull it off to perfection, to be honest. Like they took calculated risk, and they knew how much damage that they could tank. They knew which fights to take and which encounters or which brawlers they should go up against, and at the end of the day had a comfortable, easy win on that first round.
Fairly comfortable, but At times it was also fairly close, right? I mean, I think there was one point in time where Scythe just got taken out by, I'm not sure if it was Depressed Ulti or Ken, but that was so scary to watch. I mean, I'm definitely at the edge of my seat right here. This time it looks like they just relinquished the mind control, just trying to zone out and get shots in at the same time, build up their super. So very early on, just kind of even on both sides. They're trying to feel each other out for now. Dead Prime with a very interesting pick, actually. I mean, he's gone with Sandy, the legendary brawler, the one with the cloak and daggers, as we like to call it. If he puts that down for his team, they actually could gain significant control over the mine because of how open it is in the center. That just gives him a lot of cover. But in the meantime, it looks like Response and Kudiace, they will be, providing a lot of suppressive fire, a lot of nice sniper shots that actually do connect, and that allows them to pick up all of these gems. I mean, look at that. They have 6 now. Scythe has his spin. He wants to go for it. He does. Takes Dead Prime out, but Depressed Ulti will shut him down. And now Ken goes in for the spin. Kudiace, though, narrowly dashing out of it, deals the final shot, puts the nail in the coffin, takes him out. And this is Team Force looking at full 10 gems. The countdown timer has started. And Umbrella, they need to go in for the push.
They do need to go in for the push, and they're going to be able to pop that super down to kind of like keep them on their toes. Ken, though, there's only so much he can do up against 3 brawlers. He's not going to be able to take all of them out, even with his super. He needs some help on that. And unfortunately for them, time is against them. They need to make the push in, and now it's 2v3, and Scythe already knows that there's no chance in heck that they're going to be able to take them out. So Team Force will pick up that second round, and they are up 2-0 on the game mode score. They're up 2-0 on the scoreboard, and we'll go on to Heist on Hot Potato.
That is right, 2-0. And I mean, the first one I feel was a little bit rocky, hard rocky, but in the second one, definitely a lot more comfortable, right? Team Force, they just they're starting to find their stride again. They're starting to wake up. This is only their second game of the second match of the entire day. So I think, we're starting to see that Umbrella strategy again. They're trying to bank on these pocket strats that might not necessarily work out if they don't have the skills to back it up, and that's where they start to lose out. But all that aside, we're moving on to Hot Potato. We're moving on to Heist. And this is, like you said, another one of those like objective-based maps. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I mean, we all know how strong Team Force can be. But the bigger question is, can Umbrella actually kind of start to counter strat against Team Force? Can they actually start to come up with a comeback even? On a map like Hot Potato, with the way things are laid out, right? You have these 3 lanes. It's the, standard default alleyways, but it's the obstacles, the fences, and the weird kind of slash grass patch in the center of the map that gets me. How do you think this one plays out, Phil?
I think it's just patience, right? You need to be patient with how you approach this. But I think looking at the lineup, they're both gonna try and demolish all the obstacles in the middle to allow them to allow an easier attack for their sides. Scythe and Ken once again still on Carl. So they're going to keep trying to get their supers up to go for that spin. Scythe almost going down, and will have to pop his super to escape. Kudiace, though, with that kill onto Ken, I think it was. And now they'll make their attack, and they use their... Depressed Ulti uses his super to demolish the obstacles in the middle, but responds very wisely, holding on to his. So he's just saving that to either clear the obstacles for a counter attack, or he's going to pump that down onto that stage. So he has that speed boost coming out from Kudiace, and now they're going to come through and try and wipe him out. They've wiped out everyone. Forced to use the super, and he does still use it for the clear. Now Ken chasing after Kudiace. Kudiace, though, just too much for him to stop with that speed boost and that regen. And now Scythe comes through. Once again, Kudiace staying alive, but unfortunately for him, doesn't see the AoE damage on the floor from Dead Prime, and he'll get dropped from there. So now Dead Prime is piling on the pies onto that safe. And Umbrella, they might be able to They might be able to, if they can hold on, they might be able to take this. But right now, Team Force with the counter attack. Now all three of them spawned once again by Umbrella, so they're on full health at the moment, apart from Ken. Press ulti using his super, forcing team back all the way towards their base. The press ulti onto respawn. Scythe coming through, gonna take out the press ulti, and Scythe is gonna continue that damage onto the save of Umbrella. Force now going for a 3-man push on that save. They know that the opportunity is there and they smell it, and they will not hesitate. They'll pick up that round. And once again, showing you like the composure, right? They could, I think lesser teams probably would have just jumped at the first chance they could to go up and take out that save. But they know exactly when to push in, right? Team Force, if you look at it, they're quite patient. Even though they have the maybe the brawler advantage, is just wait. Even though they might have the super, other teams probably would use that super, pop it straight onto the safe. But they waited for opportune moments. And if you saw just now, they went on the one-on-one battle. Their teammate won the one-on-one battle, so they went from a defensive to an offensive push. They could see that someone was trying to flank them on that right side, but then realized that if they pushed at that time right now as 3 guys, and they already had baited one all the way to their base, it was going to be a 3-on-2 situation, and they were going to take that, whichever way you saw it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we love to see from Team Force. They're just that good. I mean, Courtier staying alive at so many times. This time, though, Ken will take him out. At the same time, they just have such a good read on the game. Like you said, they know when they can and can't push. And that's why they are going in for the kill right now and taking the pressed ulti out. 2v1 over on the Ken, who's just trying to dance back and forth. Of course, that just makes it a lot more difficult for Response to connect his shots. And in the meantime, Dead Prime comes in from the right flank. He is able to do so much damage. Look at Team Force's safe. They're down to 19%. They need to make a comeback right here, right now, if they want to take Umbrella out without a single round loss. It's very difficult for them to do so because of how low their health is. But looking at how the rest of the games are playing, I mean, the pressed ulti and Dead Prime, they're just dodging these shots. Response is able to take him out, and so will Scythe. But still, they will respawn, and it's just a matter of seconds. And Force, they need to just stay alive, sustain themselves, and keep up with this pressure. And I think they're just right doing so, because look at Response. The super right in the right place. And Scythe, he's going in with those boomerangs as well, but ultimately getting taken out by Ken. And this is what I'm talking about, because Umbrella, they already have this huge lead. They can keep on respawning. It's just a matter of how Team Force can apply that pressure, and it's not easy to do so at all. And that's going to be that, because the pressed ulti, the well-placed super, that is all he needed. And that's going to take us to 1-1 over in Hot Potato on Heist.
Pretty interesting, actually, how that turned out. And again, Umbrella, right, trusting in the process, being very patient, and it's working out for them. The key is like, what is it? What's happening? Is it just that they aren't able to, like on the first round, right, were they just not able to execute the strategies that they wanted to use? Was it just that Team Force were better? That's the thing, is they need a lot more consistency if they want to stay in the contention for that grand final place.
That's right, consistency is what they need. But looking at how Team Force are playing right now, I'd say Umbrella are the ones losing out on this consistency. I mean, look at how Force has all these 3 lanes locked down. The right side is open, and that allows Response to sneak shots in. And the pressed ulti, the matchup against a brawler like Max, Cootie Ace even, it's just so hard for him to land his rocket shots, and that allows Cootie Ace to just dance around. He's nailing all of his shots, dashing to the right side even. And meanwhile, Scythe is just doing even more damage. It's down to 20%, but at the same time, Umbrella is pushing 2 players right in the Team Force space. It's down to 20% and 55, and now it's an all-out brawl. But Response has the super. All he needs is one more shot. Misses the big fat rocket, but Scythe comes in with a dash, and that is Team Force taking it 2-1, and they knock Umbrella out of the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, Umbrella, I mean, good showing from them. I think throughout the whole tournament, and we haven't actually seen them right in previous months
Yeah.
at all. So like coming out of nowhere and really putting up a good showing in this November final. So once again, Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. That was the lower bracket final. So Team Forest will make their way back up, and they are our second grand finalists. So they're going to go up
Grudge
against
match.
Icy Dopen. It is a grudge match. Icy Dopen knocked them into the lower bracket. Team Forest once again coming back up, but they do have, the Icy Dopen know that they are not, the unstoppable force that they once were. They know that there are some chinks in the armor. They do see the cracks in Team Force. The question is whether they'll be able to exploit those cracks, put in that seed of doubt in Team Force as we get into the grand finals. So as we prepare for that, ladies and gents, go and grab your final snacks, grab your drinks, because we're in for one heck of a match. We'll be back with the grand finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble November finals.
And we are back at it again. It's Brawl Star Singapore Community Rumble. Here we are. It's the grand finals. Icy Dopen versus Team Force, who they got knocked down into the lower brackets by Icy Dopen themselves. Now they are coming back into it. I don't know if they lost on purpose or if they're just trying to have fun, but this is it. This is the grudge match. They've been at it for, the previous months and even now up until here in the November finals. Force versus Icy Dopen. Thoughts, Phil?
It is. It's been a day of ups only. I think there has been no downs, to be honest. And we kind of expected that coming into today from yesterday. We already had the predictions that it was going to be an interesting day of Brawl Stars, and no one could have seen Team Force getting knocked down to the lower bracket. It is the first time, and we're gonna go. We have started on Brawl Ball.
Wait,
sneaky
what?
field already, even before we have a chance to say anything. Coutier scoring a goal, so Team Force leading already 1-0.
That's insane. And look at that. Scythe just dashing through, spinning away. He takes the Frank down. He has his super up as well. He's looking for the corner shot, and he gets it.
I mean, we do know that Brawl Ball is Brawl Ball is their game mode of choice, right? We know that they're so strong on it, and just like that, it's already done. That's the first round gone on Brawl Ball. We're going to the second round in a short bit while the players have to reconnect to the lobby, and I think it actually takes them more time to get into the lobby than it does for the game to actually continue. So, yeah, I don't know whether Icy Dopen can really do anything much about that, because I think it's just the truth that they're gonna have to they have to accept, because Brawl Ball is just Team Force's game, right? It's their game mode, so you can't really beat them on Brawl Ball. So I think in their heads right now, to be honest, they should be thinking about, okay, we've got 4 other game modes to go. We need to take 3 of them. How do we prepare for this next upcoming game mode, which is Siege on Junk Park?
Siege on Junk Park.
Usually we try as commentators, right, to stay a bit more neutral and not drop the gun and say it's not a foregone conclusion. But let's be realistic. Let's be pragmatic. From the point of view for Icy Dopen, they definitely kind of know that, look, it's gone. We've lost it. There's no way we're coming back on Brawl Ball. So let's just get prepared and get into the proper mindset. Let's reset and get ready for the next few game modes.
I like how you're just like, you know what? We're not supposed to do that, but let's do it anyway. Team Force basically has Brawl Ball in the bag. I mean, that's basically what we just witnessed. That wasn't even... I don't think that wasn't even 60 seconds, dude. That just went by so quick.
We didn't even have time for intro of the game. So,
that's right. Well,
yeah.
We're starting right off the bat again, and this time, though, Dot Squid is the one to get the first blood. Wiggly Spoo going in for the kill as well, takes out Coutier's. And I think this is just actually kind of strange, because I don't think Coutier's was over on Tara before.
Oh.
And that's going to be the first goal over onto, wait, is it Umbrella?
Onto Umbrella?
Yeah. God, well, it's just a little bit strange. I'm not sure what Team Force is going for this time. I think Scythe is trying to go with the shenanigans. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I think it's just shenanigans once again. They switched up their lineup, so...
It's supposed to be Icy Dopen, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Icy Dopen, sorry. So that's just pardon the graphical UI. But Icy Dopen scoring, so it's gonna go to 1-1 on the scoreboard, and it is a comeback. So is it a real comeback? Is it just shenanigans once again from Team Force? Who the hell knows, right? It's happened before, but we'll see what happens when we get into this third round.
Man, I am getting confused. I mean, just look at the brawler picks from Team Force's side. It's not what we're used to seeing. I don't think this is a composition that they would have picked if this were, a world finals. But in a grand finals, guys, come on. So look at that. Just even as I'm saying how weird this is, they're still able to just flawlessly take out all 3 members from Icy Dopen, and now even still they are going in for the kill. Wiggly Spoon just walks right in, jackhammering away. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but we have to watch out for Dot Squid, because once he gets that bubble shield up, he's going to be, just a walking tank. Right now, though, the ball is in possession of Team Force, and look at how Response is playing. He takes out that box, and Wiggly Spoo has nowhere to hide. You can run, but you can't hide, and this is Scythe just chasing them, forcing them to just kind of dance around back and forth once more. The ball is getting closer, though. Ooh, Wiggly Spoo tries to go for the bounce. Oh, man, your trajectory will not work there because Scythe is there to stop you, but even then, Miracle and the rest of the team, Wiggly Spoo, they are able to force Scythe into that corner, gets the shot in through. So this is Umbrella up by 1 goal, Phil.
I am quite perplexed as to what is happening, but definitely, I guess, playing a better game. Like, the lineup doesn't make sense on Team Force, right? I don't think they used this lineup previously for all the other matches for Brawl. So, yeah. But nonetheless, Scythe picking up a double right there. He'll pick up a triple, so that's 3 kills for him. And now they need to get to the ball. Response, remember, with that character, with that brawler, he's going to be able to take down the boxes on that left flank as well. So it's just a question of when Team Force want to make that ultimate push. Clearing the ball now to the halfway. Dot Squid, though, will pick it up. 15 seconds to go. Oh, ace! Does the dash push the Dot Squid all the way back? Will regain possession of the ball, but Miracle now will pick it up. Pop it down to Dot Squid. Scythe now is taken. No, Scythe is going to survive, but the match is going to be over. And Umbrella will pick up Brawl ball somehow. So they lead 1-0, or sorry, Icy Dopen will pick up Brawl ball somehow in this grand final, in this best of 1, and we'll head to Siege on Jung Park. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Sure. Icy Dopen takes Brawl ball, like you said.
Yeah.
You and me both. I'm just as confused as you are. I'm not sure if this is the Team Force that we're used to seeing. They're losing fights, and I mean, just look to me.
They're losing
like
fights. They're making mistakes. It's like they're not accurate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's confusing, but. We'll see in the next game. Like, the next game is really going to show whether they're serious or not. So if they drop, because like the games go so quickly, right? So we have Siege next, which is on Junk Park. If they lose Siege, then it goes to Minecart Madness, and arguably, on Minecart Madness on Gem Grab, like anything is possible. So that's like even more kind of, if you're not prepared and you're not concentrated, that's going to be it. So if Icy Dopen, they can continue what they did in the upper bracket when they knocked the Team Force down into the lower bracket, we might actually be crowning a new champion for once. That's not Team Force.
We might, and that would be, the biggest headline for this entire Singapore Community Rumble. And speaking of community, I have to say, another life game pro tip. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Who knew, right? But you know what else can't be exchanged for goods? Money cannot buy this one thing, right? And that is the World Championship emote that Team Force players have. And that's kind of what Oliver, who is in the chat, is talking about, right? It's not a BM emote, it's the flex emote. They're flexing that they are the world champions. Of course, can they be the final grand champions for the November finals as well? That remains to be seen because of the way they're playing is very strange. We're not used to it. And you can see they already lost one member in the form of Cootie Ace. Now he comes back into the fight. He's over on Spike, but the first siege bot is already being summoned by Icy Dopen.
Yeah. And at the moment, the obstacles are still up, so the siege bot can't go all the way straight down the middle. But nonetheless, it's still doing a lot of damage onto the safe or onto the base of Team Force, and they're only leading the bolt count by 1, and that's going to be equalized now as well.
Still, fairly even. We can see the Beyblades just going at it. Scythe comes out of that one on top, and Dot Squid and Miracle is just kind of relegated to the left side for now. It does seem like Force has control over the center of the map. They're going for that tie. And, ooh, you know what that means. The third siege with the bot that comes in, that's gonna be a big, hefty, painful one. We'll just see how that happens. As Scythe takes out one, it's going to be a trade as Miracle comes in from the back. Still, the bolts are even across the board. Maybe not so. Okay, Cootie Ace goes into the right side where the bolts are still spawning. They are up by 1, maybe even 2 for now. It's just a huge contest over in the middle of the map right here. And that's Dot Squid trying to push Team Force back. He manages to do so, brings that up to even, and Icy Dopen actually walking away with the siege bot sub. Wait, no! It's a tie! Wiggly Spoon didn't get it in
Right
the
at
end.
the death.
It's right at the death.
And Icy Dopen or Team Force might actually go past the 18 volt record, which means
There's no summon though.
There is no summon, but we did say if it gets past 18 volts, a duck might have to be mailed out. And luckily for you, they didn't go past 18 volts. So Santa Duck
fine.
right there in the background is safe for now.
I'm fine, man. I mean, it's, Christmas, the spirit of giving is upon us. I don't mind giving a duck away. But there was no bot being summoned. And it came down so close, man. I mean, I'm not sure what's happening with Team Force here. I really, really don't. They're starting to kind of, like you said earlier on, cracks in the armor. And I don't know. Are Icy Dopens really exploiting them? Are they actually able to do so? Because I think they actually won that round because of how much damage they already did onto Team Force's base with the first bot. So coming into the second round, we'll have to see how this one plays out. And yep, Icy Dopen, they're up by 1 and 0. And now this is going to be the biggest contest. They need mid control here for either side. Whoever wants to win this, right? Response is just going to open things up by a bit because that enables him to take the Miracle out. But look at how Dot Squid is playing. He's able to kind of bring this to a 1v2, narrowly getting away with his life. But they walk away with the first siege bot summon. And that's a level 2 one. Not too bad, but that means the Team Force needs to play defense.
Yeah, they're going to be forced to play defense, and Scythe with a good distractionary body block. But unfortunately for them, Icy Dopen able to pick up 2 and force Cootie to stay away from the defense. So they've done 23% damage on Team Force's safe, and now they need to, Team Force need to make sure that they stay ahead on that bolt count. Because a tie is not even it's not gonna help them either. And at the moment, they are ahead on bolts. 15 seconds to go until the next stage. Next siege, sorry, not next stage. And yeah, it's gonna be a bit of trouble. It's gonna be a bit of trouble for Icy Dopen because they're gonna go up against a level 8 siege bot on this second siege. So it does have a it does do a lot of damage, and it has quite a bit of health. And they're gonna have to use all their supers, to be honest, to stop it and minimize the damage. So Miracle almost going down. There we go. Gonna have to pop his super. Brings down the bot to about 20% health. The turret's gonna be able to drop the bot as well, and they're still gonna maintain that lead. So at the moment, both count is 3-2, and Icy Dopen, they need to make their way up to that middle of the map so they can start picking up bolts. They are up by 1 bolt at the moment. Cootie Ace with 1 kill. Scythe as well will take out Wiggly's Spew, and Dotspin needs to hold on for dear life just to scare this bolt. He will. That's gonna bring it to 6-4 on the scoreboard. 5 seconds to go. They need to kill. Wiggly's Spew needs to kill Scythe. Cootie Ace needs to pick that up, and they will be able to bring it up to level 8 siege bot. And oh man, Icy Dopen, it's going to be hard for them to take out this siege bot because they're all going down. Scythe picks up 1. Cootie Ace picked up another kill as well on the Dot Squid. And even with a body block, I do not see Icy Dopen able to stop this and then go for a counterattack and still win the game.
That's right. I mean, they basically know that they've lost. Dot Squid kind of just dropped his phone at the end there. But still, you know, it's a very, very good effort from Icy Dopen. I love what Dot Squid was trying to do towards the end, trying to stop the siege bot with his super, right? Just bouncing back and forth, using the wall to enable him to stun it for, you know, a good maybe 1 or 2 seconds, which can be substantially enough. At the end of the day, it wasn't, but this is, you know, still a very kind of even game, I would say. It's very close between Team Force and Icy Dopen's here. You know, it's kind of this back and forth. Usually it's Team Force just going in, you know, like the World Championship Grand Final is just 3-0. But this time, they're actually dropping rounds. Very strange.
Yeah, dropping rounds. And remember, at this moment right now, it's tied. So still on the scoreboard, Icy Dopen still lead, remember, because they took Brawl Ball. And if they're able to pick up the second one, it really is going to be pretty crazy because Minecart Madness can go either way.
Definitely can go either way, but I mean, just this is actually weird to me. Coutier still over on Colette. Dot Squid trying to switch things up a bit. He's gone for Max, and that's going to be tough for Coutier to deal with. Just look at how they're ducking in and out of cover back there. Coutier seems to be the one to come out of that one alive, but no, actually it's Dot Squid, takes him out. Of course, that allows Team Force to get the first siege bot to come in because of what's happening on the other side. Scythe in response doing a very good job, and that's going to be just a level 2 siege bot. Not too much trouble just yet, but it will do 9% of damage to Icy Dopen's base. Now, still, map control is the name of the game. They need to get these bolts, and it's very tough to say. Just look at how the Beyblades are going at it. Wiggly's Poo spinning all over the place. Scythe needs to duck back out just to stay alive for that brief moment of respite. To stay alive, get a little bit of cover, get some health back, but that relinquishes control over onto Icy Dopen. They have 7 bolts now, maybe even 8. That gives them a level 7 siege bot, and that's going to be tough for Team Force to deal with.
It is going to be very, very tough for them, but I think they should be able to deal with it okay. They will have to give some health up on their safe though, but not too, I was going to say not too much, but it is a lot. It is a considerable chunk. It's 41%, and now Icy Dopen, they're still in I think a better position than Force at the moment actually, in terms of picking up bolts. But Coutier is going to be able to stay alive. Scythe also will pick up a bolt and transfer that back. Coutier is also. So I think the siege is going to be probably 9 bolts, because that's going to be 8. Yeah, 8 bolts to 5. They'll pick up 1 more. That's 9 to 5, and that's going to be potentially a level 10. No, it's going to be a level 9 siege bot. And this is important now. Scythe, he does have his ult up. So does Coutier, and they can use it right now. If they wipe all of them, all of Icy Dopen, that's going to be it, because the bot is just going to do so much damage. It is a level 9 bot, remember. And there we go. The super comes out as well, and Team Force will pick up the round. So that's going to bring it to 1-1 on the grand final scoreboard. They pick up Siege on Junk Park, and that means we go to Gem Grab, which is going to be on Minecart Madness, with the score tied at 1-1 in this best of 5.
And that's just Team Force, you know, they're doing their thing. They're starting to wake up and, you know, showing that they deliberately want to win this game. Taking Junk Park away is, I think, you know, it's a big statement, right? telling Icy Dopen, you think you can knock us in the lower brackets? You think you can take the first game Brawl Ball away from us? Think again, buddy, because we're back into this. So right on to Minecart Madness. We've seen this all throughout, the community rumble so far. It is definitely madness at times, but at the same time, if you are able to, plan your strategy around the minecarts, we've talked about this before, Phil. Can Team Force actually do the same thing? Can they actually take a 2-0 against Icy Dopen here?
I don't know. If all indicators are right, and from what we've seen, it is possible. It's just a matter of who is more cognizant of the minecart on this map and how they use it, right? So it can go either way. If you drop your guard for 1 second, that minecart can come and just absolutely decimate your team. It can isolate your team members. It could kill you when you're on the retreat. It's also a sign a lot of smarter teams will wait for the minecart to actually start to get behind the enemy lines, which means that they can't retreat, and then they'll make that push at that opportune moment. So anything really is possible, and I don't think it's in the advantage of either team. Like it really could go either way.
That's a very good point. I have to agree with you. It certainly could go, either to the side of Team Force or even Icy Dopen. And I think like what Oliver's saying in the chat is that they are, they do regularly scrim against one another. So Icy Dopen actually have what it takes to beat Team Force. It's just a little bit weird because Team Force has been such a dominating force for the past, 3 months for now. This time, though, it looks like the minecart is going to push up against Team Force, but Scythe once more going in, infiltrating, dashing in behind enemy lines, comes in with a spin back out, and it does so much damage, kind of forces them all the way back as well, and now the minecarts will push up against Icy Dopen. And look at how Team Force are playing this. They have the modulator up there, healing themselves, they have that base set up, and they're just pushing them back, applying that pressure so that they can maintain map control, maintain control over that mine in the middle. But it seems like it's going to be an even fight for now as Miracle forces his way back in. It's 3-5. The minecart is a little bit, inconsequential for now. It's going to come back though, and here it comes. Coutier's pushing it out just in the nick of time, but he gets taken out. But in the end, this is going to be a duel between Response and Dot Squid here. He wants to get those gems. He wants to get his super back up, and so does Miracle, Phil.
At the moment, they can't really do anything, and that was a blow for Team Force, but the minecart actually did more good than harm, I think, because it forced Icy Dopen to kind of fall back, and that allowed Team Force to pick up the gems. But now it's 8-6. Wiggly Spoo is isolated right now in the corner because of that minecart, and Response is able to take him down. But there will be a return frag. So Icy Dopen, Icy Dopen is back on it. 7 gems to 4. They pick up the gems once again in the back line, does Response. And now they have to be careful. Miracle with 8 gems. I think Response has 8 gems as well. And they both are on the PAM. So it's a question of they need to make sure they stay up. But the PAM is so important with the modulator to get the heals onto that team as well. Now the countdown will start, and Icy Dopen, they just need to hold on and stay next to their modulator, to be honest, and sustain.
I don't know if the sustain is going to be enough, though. I mean, just look at where Miracle is. He knows he has those 11 gems in his pocket, and Scythe knows he needs to go in for it, but it's not going to be enough. The backwards defensive position and the teamwork from the rest of his teammates as well, just delaying the advances from Team Force, allows them to pocket this first round win. This is Minecart Madness after all. It can still turn around, but so far, I have to say, Team Force, this is not the Team Force that we've come to know and love. This is the Team Force that are starting to show their weaknesses, and Icy Dopens, they're really doing well here. They're really starting to exploit these cracks and chinks in the armor, like you said before, Phil.
Yeah, like we said, the skill gap over time has really slowly started to narrow, right? And the inequality between the teams when we first started this series of community rumbles in September up to now to present date has really started to decrease, and now the games are a lot more competitive, as we saw from the start of from day one, and then as we've seen from the start of the day all the way to now, they're getting closer and closer and closer. We're starting to see more strats. We're starting to see teams are now able to kind of make really good decisions on the fly under pressure, and that's really helping them out when they start to go up against tougher opposition. So like Icy Dopen, it's true that Team Force are the favorites, but Icy Dopen, they're not terrible players, right? All the teams that are taking part in this tournament this month have actually been really good. Like Umbrella, no one's actually kind of seen them, and they've come out of the woodwork and put on a really good show. So let's see how this turns out for the rest of the match. Miracle dropping through the A's, and Response trying to go for the chase onto Wiggly Spoo, but Wiggly Spoo is staying alive. He's going to go up, and he's going to get cornered by Coudier's. Minecart on the background, but right now, the better side is Icy Dopen. They are up by 3 gems to one side, coming in, trying to do the backstab. Coudier's, remember, does have his ultimate ready. He has a super ready. Miracle and Wiggly Spoo as well. Miracle's probably going to drop that modulator in a few short moments right on the back line. Yeah, he does. And it's right between the middle and their base. So if they need to retreat, they can make use of it. But Coutier is smart enough to target it out and take it down very quickly. Icy Dopen, though, they do have mind control. They're staying together. They're sticking as a unit. And now they're up by 6 gems. So they have to be careful. The minecart's coming through. Miracle almost gets taken out by it, but it's able to sneak his way back. Once again, minecart coming back in. They trade positioning, but they are ahead on gems. So now the question is, how do they make their way back through and get back up? Scythe with the ultimate, sucked in so many, and Dot Squid will go down. That'll bring it to 6 gems on 3, 5 gems to 3 as Response gets the snipe on Wiggly Spoo. And now they have control of that mid, so they'll start to gain those gems slowly but surely. And Icy Dopen need to think about how they're going to reformulate their attack to make their way in.
Surely, you can't be serious here, because look at what's happening on the other side. Miracle is able to take one down, and Wiggly Spoo goes in with a spin again. Dueling with Response now, and it's so even back and forth. It's very lovely to see how far Icy Dopen have come. How far they've come now. And they're just going at it again once more. Team Force, so far, they have 10 gems right now. And Icy Dopens, they need to regain this foothold. They need to go in. They need to take that one player down who is Response. He has his shield. Miracle, the rest of them, they're all shooting their shots, but it's not quite enough because of how much health he has, because of the defensive shield, because of the heals from Coudier's. And, oh man, this double support setup that we have from Icy Dopen is just not quite enough damage. Wiggly Spoo is the only one who can do that much DPS right now. They're dropping a couple of gems back and forth. And Icy Dopen, oh man, look at how Force are playing this time. They're doing so well. It's up to 18 gems. They're even taking those players out. And man, it's great strategy. It's great mechanical skill. But at the same time, I think Icy Dopen, they just didn't have enough DPS output to deal against a brawler such as Rosa.
Yeah, it was that, but then you also had on the other side, you had really good sustain and support actually for, I think it was Coudier's who was on support that round. Usually he's on DPS, but he was on support that round, and he was really making sure that Response was alive at all times. Like there were a couple of times where Icy Dopen really were going and chasing Response down and almost took him out, and he had the majority of the gems for his team. So, just making sure that they keep him alive and keep him on the straight and narrow was a really good job. And I think the MVP for that round definitely has to be Coudier's. Icy Dopen, still very close, very competitive. We have a couple of game modes still to go. So it is really anyone's game. I'm not going to put in a prediction because it really could go either way.
I'm with you. It's 100% with you. It certainly could go either way, but even if it does go in the way of Team Force, I have to say, Icy Dopen, I mean, we started September-ish, and they have come so far. They consistently place second or third place. I mean, Team Force, they might have been super strong. They might have always been placing first. But I think throughout all of these games, throughout all of these scrimmages, just even this community rumble, watching how Team Force plays, we're starting to pick things up. We're starting to learn, and they are starting to get better. They're leveling up their game, Icy Dopen, and it's very lovely to see what they're doing here. This time, bringing out these heavyweight brawlers, those tanks, and Miracle there to support them as well. Very interesting strategy. I don't know if it's going to pay off. It's kind of the same on both sides, the only difference being the choice in terms of brawlers. We have a Frank against a Rosa. Meanwhile, the rest are the same. It's the big suck from Wiggly's crew. Big eliminations, and now Scythe is the last one. They are going to take him down, and this is Icy Dopen with 10 gems in the pocket. Dot Squid trying to delay them, push them back. Miracle does have his heal, so they are pretty good to go, you know, even if they are down low. Here comes the heal. They are still alive. 2 seconds, 1 second, and Icy Dopen takes home gem grab. Just
They do, and that's going to bring us to 2-1 on the scoreboard. We're going to go to the 4th game mode in this best of 5 series, and it's going to be none other than Heist on Kaboom Canyon. Guys, this is amazing, really. It is so cool to see, you know, such a competitive game. Both teams are getting really, really close. You can start to see the kind of, you can really see the decision-making process going on both sides for both teams. Right, you're seeing the meta change, you're seeing the lineups change after they win or lose a round, and they're really preempting and they've figured all this stuff out, right? But even if they haven't, they're really adaptive, and they're playing really they're really quick-witted and on their feet when they need to adapt and they need to change. And this is going to make for really an enthralling final.
That's right. It's really just, I mean, you said it, Phil. There's not much more to add on to that. It's such an enthralling final. I cannot look away from my monitor right now, and it's just, I have to just really, you know, thank you to all the players and all the community members here watching the streams as well. It is so much fun to watch how far Icy Dopen has come. They're actually possibly going to knock Team Force out. We're actually maybe looking at the Grand Champions for the first time, a different Grand Champion right now. Still a little bit early to say. Team Force can still come back. It is Kaboom Canyon. I mean, we've seen this map on day one. It's a little bit interesting. We got the grass patch in the middle. We have the river as well. So it's still anyone's game in my opinion. I still don't want to put any predictions like what you said earlier. I don't know what's gonna happen, Phil. I really, really, really don't.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and I don't think anyone at this stage with how the game is going has any idea. But if anything, Icy Dopen, I think with a little more patience, they might be able to take this.
Oh, they're doing it. It's the same Brock strategy we saw in the first day. They break down the first wall, very common, going right through, contesting for the middle of the map. Whoever gets it will have that extra, you know, sets up that little position that allows them to push into their opponent's base. And it looks like Kudies will connect his first shot, gets the dash in through onto Wiggly's crew. And now it's all up to Miracle. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He gets taken out. And this is Team Force having the first lead. They have taken out all 3 members. Now Kudies falls, actually, losing out in the Colette v Colette duel. And oh, Icy Dopen, they're doing it. They're going in for the kill. They're taking down 25% points of health for Team Force's safe. And once more, it's up to Scythe. He has his healing modulator. He's going to deploy it right now. It's going to get taken out. And we have to keep our eyes on Icy Dopen here, Phil.
We do indeed. They already have 25% damage onto Team Force, so they can afford to hang back and sit back and relax. But if they do, they have to be careful. a bit of damage coming through. I think we did have some pot shots from Response there on that left flank onto the safe Icy Dopen. So it's 87 to 63 at the moment, with Icy Dopen still in the lead. But Team Force with a very huge push at the moment. A super coming out also. Now here comes the spin from Wiggly Spoo, dropping Response. He's in the back line now, chipping away at the safe of Team Force. And now it's starting to kind of equalize a bit. 54 to 40%. Team Force in the lead now. Goody onto Dot Squid. Well placed shot. Goody Ace once again chasing down Miracle. Miracle is down to 151 health and now gets 2 shots off onto that save. That'll bring it to 34%. Wiggly Spoo with the spin though will drop Scythe if he wants. He could choose to go in and take out the safe and hit the safe. But now Response is there at the bottom. They try and go for the base race. It's not working out for him. Big missiles coming through from Response onto that safe, 42 to 22%. And now Icy Dopen, they have nothing to lose. They have to just go for it. They kill one. Can they take out Scythe? They go through. Response is able to nail Dot Squid. And that's going to be the first round to Team Force.
Team Force. They're starting to come back into this. It looked iffy at the start, but towards the end, I have to say MVP of that round was Cody Ace. I mean, just looking at how he is able to stay alive, even when it looks like the odds are against him, the way he moves, the movement on this guy is absolutely insane. The stutter step to kind of just dodge the shots from the enemy Brock. I don't know how he does it, but it's these like minute details, right? Just stutter stepping a little bit by a little bit, and they narrowly miss. And it's like the Matrix, dude. Bullet time, and he's just doing that Neo, bending backwards, and he's doing damage in the midst of all of that as well. Not to mention Response, who was on Brock and dealing so much damage with the super as well. Icy Dopen, they're looking very close, but Team Force are definitely, you cannot underestimate them. You cannot just think that, okay, I'm starting to get the lead. I'm very comfortable. I can probably win this. You cannot do that. You need to respect your opponents and need to be careful here. And we're still keeping our eyes over onto Team Force. It's in terms of composition, fairly even. We have the Pam, we have the Brock, and we have the Colette, which is very interesting composition over on Kaboom Canyon. We've seen how the dashes actually work out, how they can actually dodge attacks as well. Not to mention the Brock. I think that is actually the biggest thing over on a game mode like Heist. Just the fact that you can actually either take out obstacles like they're doing right now, or go for the one that allows you to hop and rocket jump. So Wiggly Spoo now over on Carl. They're still just duking it out in the center of the map, trying to build up their supers. It's an early fight. Nothing to dismiss so far. Take us away, Phil, because man, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, Icy Dopen right now, they do have a bit of an early lead. Miracle and Wiggly Spoo getting a couple shots off. Force getting a couple shots off on Icy Dopen. So Force actually, I beg your pardon, in the lead at the moment with 13% chipped off. Icy Dopen safe now. Response getting a kill onto Dot Squid. So he's doing really well with his rockets. Very accurate. Goody is there with the jump onto Wiggly Spoo. Miracle goes down as well. So that's all 3 getting taken out. But somehow Icy Dopen in that whole volley of things is able to drop one. Wiggly Spoo with the spin. He will come through, and now he's chipping away at Team Force at the back. He's going up against Response. If he can take out Response, he's going to be able to do a super onto that safe. And Team Force now, Miracle popping off those rockets. Response nails him though, but not before the damage has been done. Kudius and Response though now are at the bottom. They might go to a base race. Miracle respawns now, 47%, 61. Kudius onto Miracle. Miracle though will be the better of the two. He pops off his super, does Miracle on the mid to take out that modulator and to make sure that Scythe is forced to go all the way back to spawn. 61 to 41%. Miracle again will get taken out by Scythe, and Scythe will have his modulator up in a few short moments. There we go. He'll pop his modulator off. But Icy Dopen now, they're on the aggressive side of things. Dot Squid onto Response, Scythe onto Dot Squid. Miracle popping a couple of rockets off. I think the timer is going to start going pretty soon. Wiggly Spoo gets taken out, but not before he gets a couple of damage points on. 38 to 22, Kudies with a bit of sniping action. Wiggly Squid and Miracle though, they will now start to respawn. Response will be taken out by Dot Squid. Dot Squid will take out response there, and Fight with that modulator on the middle has that shield up now. 38 to 27%. Force are losing at the moment now. Wiggly Spill, Miracle. Wiggly Spill has to stay alive. 4 seconds to go. 38% against 70%, and Icy Dopen is gonna force it to a tie break here on Kaboom Canyon. My God, this could really could go either way. No one, oh, it's so good. No one's gonna be able. It's no one. It really is like no one could have predicted this was gonna happen, and I don't think anyone can predict like how this is gonna go.
It just, oh man, it's going back and forth, Phil. I mean, it's like this tango that they're on, right? You take one step forward, I take one step back, and they're going back at it again and again. Now Icy Dopen is up by 1. I mean, it's 1-1 right now. It's on to the tiebreaker, and I mean, this could potentially push us into a 5th map, if and only if Team Force take this round against Icy Dopen. Kaboom Canyon, the fact that Wiggly Spruce is over on a Carl right now, the rock shots are still, you know, doing so much work. The Cootie Ace and my God, the way they're able to sneak in back and forth at times, you know, you think they have a good read. They think, all right, it's just one guy. Let's just push in with the 2 of us. But at the same time, Miracle with his DPS output, it's just doing so much work. Takes it down to, what was it, 34 to 17% at the end there?
Yeah, it was.
It's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Wiggly Spill was really defensive towards the end as well, and I think that kind of made the difference because he could body block shots, but he could also make sure that no one was going to push in too heavily.
That's right. A little bit different this time though. Wiggly Spoo switching over onto Brock now. Response over on Max. That's interesting to me because, you know, speed boost, and that really, you know, allow him to close in the distance and get to Icy Dopen's base. Might not be, because look at how much damage Icy Dopen's doing right now. It's all Miracle, the Squid, and the Wiggly Spoo game. They're just walking out all 3 lanes, dealing damage, now left, right. And Cootie Ace is the only one to block it. He's gonna eat a huge rocket from Wiggly Spoo here. And it's very, very tough for them to deal with. Response, I mean, they're just coming back, spawning in only to get taken out. Look at that big super, down to 5%. Oh, Force.
What in the world? That was an amazing push. That was a stunning push. And now all they need is a couple of shots or a super down, and there is no margin for error for Team Force. If they make one mistake, if they don't body block a shot, if they allow someone to ninja, that's it. And Wiggly Spoo, he's getting in position. They know that he is the key man with that range. Dot Squid also, if he can get his super up, that's gonna be it. 1% left on Team Force. They're gonna go for the final push now. Miracle with the shots, but they don't need him because Dot Squid will pick it up. And ladies and gents, wow. Yes.
Slow clap.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
That's it.
That is amazing.
For
ladies
the
and
first
gents,
time.
As Quack says, for the first time, we have a new champion. Congratulations to Team Icy Dopen. They've made their way through the whole tournament. Let's have a look at that journey. Icy Dopen took on Cloud Gaming, 2-0 them. Took on Umbrella, 2-0 them. Took on Team Force in the upper bracket final, 3-0 them. And in the grand final, took down Team Force, 3-1. They are your new champions for the November finals of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, setting a new record. The first team to to 3-0 Team Force and the first team to take off Team Force to beat them in the grand final. Congratulations, Icy Dopen. You've done yourself proud. You've done the community proud. And I think you guys can have a good, long, a good long meal. Congratulations to you guys. Commiserations to Team Force. And also congratulations to all the other teams who took part in the tournament. Remember, and everyone who comes into the finals doesn't walk away empty-handed. There is a sizable prize pool that gets split amongst everyone. So we hope you guys have had a great time. I've had a great time. Quack has had a great time. But the most important thing is like, share, subscribe to the ESL Asia page, to the Brawl Stars page, to Supercell's page. And if you like the tournaments, sign up for them, invite your friends to sign up for them. If you don't have a team, join the Discord channel and get together and form a team. I think be like Umbrella, coming out of the shadows from nowhere. And I mean, Quack, over to you. Any last words and the sign off?
I mean, you pretty much said all of it. Definitely thank you to all the community members here. Oliver, CZK, I know he wants the Ducks. We have the players in the chat as well, and it's just very lovely to see all the support. We have come such a long way, right? I mean, we started, I think Forest were like 3 times champion winners, and now we can see the skill gap. It's definitely closing in. And Icy Dopen taking them down for the first time ever in Singapore Community Rumble history. So very lovely to watch. I can't wait for the next month. And of course, thank you to everyone here. Of course, the production team as well. They've been working out throughout the weekends. I mean, it's been nothing short of absolutely just wonderful, right? So it's been me, hey, I'm Quack, and Death Adder here. You want to shout out your socials?
Yeah, I guess I am I primarily use Facebook. So I'm at Death Adder SG on Facebook, I think. And then at the twitch.tv/Death Adder SG. Haven't really put on a lot of content there, but those are the two ways you can kind of support me if you want to. And if you're a aspiring caster as well, don't be afraid to reach out, and you can find my caster email there as well. Send some questions or whatnot, and I'll do my best to answer. Quack, what about you?
I mean, I'm just gonna add on to that. Not to mention you have at the Phil Effect.
Yeah, on Instagram, but it's more
Instagram
of a private
and
one.
Twitter.
So we'll see.
But yeah, for me, it's just hey, I'm Quack. Nothing different. All lowercase, no underscores, no nothing. It's just hey, I'm Quack. Twitter, Instagram, not really Facebook, but there we go. So that's it. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, and without further ado, right, it's been a great day. Thank you so much for watching. Can't wait for the next one, guys. See you next time.